keynote speech. Now, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Cynthia Rosenweg to deliver the first keynote speech. First of all, please let me introduce Dr. Cynthia Rosenweg to all of you. Dr. Cynthia Rosenberg is a senior research scientist at the NASA GISS, which is Goddard Institute for Space Studies, and the co-located Columbia University Climate School's Center for Climate System Research. And Dr. Rosenweg's specific area of expertise is climate change and food system. At NASA GISS, she heads the Climate Impact Group, whose mission is to investigate the interaction of climate, both variability and change, on systems and sectors important to human well-being. Dr. Rosenweg is a co-founder and member of the Executive Committee of the Agriculture Model Intercomparison and Improvement Project, which is namely AGMIP, a globally integrated transdisciplinary study of climate change and the food system at regional, national, and global scales, including the participation of over 1,000 leading researchers from developed and developing nations. She has developed a new method of detection and attribution to observed changes in physical and biological systems to astrological greenhouse gas emission, and pioneered research on the impact of and adaptation to climate change and climate variability. In 2019, Dr. Rosenberg was coordinated lead author of the food security chapter for the IPCC Special Report on Climate Change and Land. She is the 2022 recipient of the World Food Prize, considered as the Nobel Prize of Food and Agriculture. Now, please join me to welcome Dr. Cynthia Rosenberg to deliver his keynote speech. Thank you. Please, now the floor is yours, Cynthia.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the Asian Development Bank Institute and for inviting me to speak at the annual conference this year. Thank you to the organizers, and thank you to Dr. Yao for the introduction. As she said, I'm going to be speaking a lot from experience with the with AgMIP, the Agricultural Model Intercomparison and Improvement Project, on fostering resilient food systems in a changing climate. I'm going to share my screen now. Let me do that, and I will launch into the keynote. Here it is. There we go. Can you see? Is that working? Good. All right. So here are some of the sites that AgMIP has worked in Asia. The outline of the keynote is the following. First, what is the climate change challenge that agriculture and food systems and supply chains are facing? What do we need? How can we work together to advance solutions now, as we are in really the decade of action for climate change? And so I'm going to then share about how AgMIP works, a little bit about how it works and the radical collaboration that it is. Then to give some brief examples of some of the methods and tools that AgMIP uses. Then now beginning to look forward, what do we need to do as researchers to work together in better, more effective ways? So that leads to breaking down silos, and then offer some ways forward at the end, and also a challenge to all of us including the great leadership of the ADB and the ADBI on really fostering the kind of projects that are needed going forward. So let's go right away to the climate change challenge. Here we are from the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 6th Assessment Report, annual mean temperature change relative to 1850 to 1900 at 3 different levels of average global warming from pre-industrial times. On the left, we see the 1.5 global warming, what the temperature changes around the world would be. And of course, we're focused on agricultural regions at this conference. And that is the goal of the Paris Agreement of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now, in the Paris Agreement, it also mentioned 2 degrees warming. That's the middle graph, the middle set of projections on what the agricultural regions would look like, or the world, of course, but that's what we're focused on, with 2 degrees warmer. And we know from the work of the IPCC that even that 0.5 degree difference in the global surface temperature warming makes a large difference on what the agriculture and food outcomes will be. Then on the right, of course, we have simulated change at 4 degrees C global warming. And this, unfortunately, is the path that we are on as a world society with the greenhouse gas emissions. This is really what we are facing if we don't, as a global society, come together to reduce the global warming to either, we hope, 1.5, but even 2 degrees is a major goal. So what does this mean for agriculture? So this is showing work that we did led by Jonas Jägermeyer of AgMet. It is with 12 global gridded crop models, 5 global climate models. And again, this is similar to that right-hand map that we were looking at with the intense 4 degree mean warming. And this is for maize yields and wheat yields moving through this century to 2099. What we see is that that climate change the effects of climate change will vary by commodity. Here we have rice, here we have wheat yield with very different. This is more with the reds and yellows and oranges are negative effects, and the wheat yields in the higher latitudes are primarily positive due to high CO2 effects, high carbon dioxide effects, and the more moderate temperatures that can withstand the warming. So we need to, but we see also every region is different, and we need to be looking at Asia, of course, to see what these projections of both the climate change and the commodities mean. That these projections are without adaptation. That's where our job as researchers come in, to develop the adaptations so that these in particular negative aspects, negative outcomes are minimized. Oops, let's go to the next one. Now, I think for a long time with climate change and agriculture, we were looking at these curves down at the beginning of the warming curves from 1880. These are the temperature average temperatures over land with observations, and what we see was that we saw warming, but it wasn't really until the 1970s, really the 1980s, that this rapid warming occurred. And this is over all the agricultural regions. This is just focusing on the land where the agricultural regions are. And so with this rapid warming that the world is experiencing now, there comes this much greater sense of urgency that we address climate change, agriculture, and food really urgently and concertedly now. Now, we were just looking at the mean warming, but of course, we all know that what this means, that those warming temperatures bring changes in extremes. Here are just some examples that I'm sure you're all familiar with. Madagascar, a climate-induced famine, Pakistan, the flooding based on the intensified monsoons there, and here's in Chile, many declarations of agricultural emergencies there during drought, and here in the 2022 heat wave in India, in fact, impacted wheat, fruit, and vegetables, as well as livestock. So it's these increased frequency, intensity, and duration of the extreme events that is creating the urgency now for us to really work for solutions. And then, of course, right now, the Ukraine war having a tremendous effect on supply chains, as well as on production. War's disruption to grain and fertilizer flows have prompted the worst food security crisis since at least the 2008 financial recession. And with some over 300 million people now facing life-threatening shortages, many of those in Africa. So how can we work together to create the solutions that will address these challenges? So AGMIP is a radical collaboration to work together in new ways. We are so that we can rise to the challenge of climate change. We are AGMIP is a global network of over 1,000 agricultural, climate, and food researchers. AGMIP convenes scientists and the stakeholders. We have to have the decision makers with us right from the beginning to conduct multi-model assessments that can then project both the biophysical, as we were looking at the crop yields, as well as the economic impacts. All the global economists are with us as well, and with their trade models of practices, technologies, and incentives, policy incentives for current and future climate conditions. The outcome of all of this, and I think an expanded network of networks, of course, is to provide the science base for decision making around climate change action. So just to prove to you, these are that we truly are a worldwide community. We started in 2010 at the first AGMIP Global Workshop. We do regional workshops such as in South Asia. Of course, during COVID, we had to meet virtually, but AGMIP kept on providing very rigorous work for the IPCC and elsewhere. And I'm going to be showing you some examples of the work of AGMIP. And this group comes together to provide science-based, this is the mission of AGMIP, science-based agricultural decision-making models and assessments of climate change to achieve local to global food security. This scale issue is very, very important because still on the ground, right here in Nepal, where we held one of our project workshops, agriculture is always based on the ground, but at the same time, what are the national scale implications and policies that can help with actions, and what is happening at the global scale as well? And AGMIP works at all of these scales. So what kind of methods and tools are available? Here's just a few examples, and I know that there are many more from all the folks at this conference, the colleagues at this conference. But just to share a little bit more about our integrated regional assessments. These are the features of them. First of all, let me just go over the scales here. So we take some aspects because they're coordinated across scales. So we take global and national prices, productivity, and representative pathways and scenarios at the global scale. Then we look at the regional scale at complex farming household systems, and we see and we incorporate the heterogeneous aspects across the agricultural regions. And this is very, very important because then you don't get just one answer, you get the distribution of answers. And we then test adaptation packages of technology adoption, distribution of economic environmental and social aspects as well. And then we link back to the global scale to test how are those global models doing down at the regions. We do subnational regions to national and global. These assessments are stakeholder driven. We have to link them to decision making right now, focused on farming systems, take development pathways into account, are transdisciplinary, bringing together biophysical and socioeconomic scientists and researchers, multi-scale, as I've described, multi-model to get the rigor of so that we can, with our multiple models, provide much more rigorous projections of what the outcomes will be. And then very importantly, the methods used provide distributional results so that we can look at what are the impacts on poverty rates across the farmers in any given region. Now, here's an example of geospatial modeling that AGMIP does. This is from the United States, Bruno Basso at Michigan State University. On the left, we see the percent change in slow organic carbon from conventional tillage to no tillage and cover crops. The dots are the individual farms that participate in the study, and then remote sensing is used for the broader spatial aspects. On the right is percentage change in cumulative nitrogen leached, another major environmental problem, with no-till, cover crops, split application of fertilizers, and organic amendments. So this is the kind of work that AGMIP does at regional scales. Now, we also use artificial intelligence we develop new models trained on field observations to really draw added value from the combination of observed weather, remote sensing of field conditions, and crop model results. And what we find here in using, in this particular use of machine learning and artificial intelligence, is it helps to identify areas for crop model improvement, like where are the models working, but also where are they not working? So just one example, the AI has indicated the important role of frost and floods. And we have to make sure that the models in our model development are doing a very good job on those processes. Now, finally, on the methods and tools, how do we scale this out so as many people as possible can utilize this kind of science-based information for decision making? So this is the example of the AGMIP Impacts Explorer. It has regional summaries, it has a spatial dashboard, and a data explorer, because different groups of stakeholders and decision makers, some want the regional summaries, others want to delve right in and have all the data themselves, of course, to do analyses on their own. What about breaking down silos? This we feel is very important in AGMIP, and AGMIP has a lot of experience in doing this. For example, bringing together the crop modelers, the climate modelers, and the economists, for example. So, but the breaking down of silos that I want to focus on right now is on mitigation and adaptation. There's been a tremendous bifurcation of the people who work on reducing greenhouse gas emissions from agricultural processes to adapting agriculture and farming systems under changing climate conditions. But you know, these things in agricultural systems are not really they're all with the same system. So studying them so separately has, we think, led to some this bifurcation and siloization. So AGMIP is developing a program called Mitigation and Adaptation Co-Benefits, Synergies, and Trade-offs. And I think that Dr. Sonali McDermott will be sharing more about, we call it MACB, in her presentation, in the presentations to follow. But what we do here, just focusing right now on, what we really are now doing is bringing the models that are used for emissions and reduction of emissions together with impacts and adaptation models and the scenarios of climate change, because both of these major responses to climate change, mitigation and adaptation, will be happening together as we march into the future. So this is, and we're looking, and the results of this are synergies, trade-offs, and co-benefits. I'm going to give some examples in a moment of the kind of processes that we're looking at in MACB, and to see what policies and programs from working with stakeholders from the get-go in the projects. So MACB is being conducted in Asia. One project very much led by Dr. McDermott is in India. And as you all know, rice is often grown with complete flooding of the fields, and that this is a major source of methane emissions. In Vietnam and India, and Dr. McDermott is working on both locations, AGMIP models suggest by doing alternating wetting and drying of the field so that they're not continuously flooded, farmers could reduce methane emitted and in some places boost their yields. So far, early results in India show an increase in yield about 27% and a roughly 38% decrease in methane emissions from alternate wetting and drying. So there's some encouraging, promising results, early results there. Another example of MACB project that AGMIP is doing is in Bangladesh, and we have a wonderful team, and Dr. McDermott is leading the climate team there. We're using CMIP6, climate projections from one SSB and 2 GCMs. We're using 2 different crop models, and data coming from field surveys in Bangladesh and soil data from Soil Grid 2.0. Here again, we're testing simulations of alternate wetting and drying at the regions you see on the left. A wonderful team of Bangladesh researchers who are on the ground in Bangladesh doing this research. And we also see strong reductions, in this case, not only on water requirements for irrigation, of course, if we're alternating wetting and drying, but also the C4 emissions as well. So let's turn now to how do we go forward as researchers, really providing the science base for decision-making for the decade of climate action that has been so called for in regard to food at the recent COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. So the first thing is, the first way forward is to utilize a food system approach. So still so much work is focused on production, as it needs to be, but we need to be looking at the pre-production in fertilizer manufacturing, equipment manufacturing. We need to, of course, be looking at land use with deforestation, expanding rangelands, draining wetlands, peatlands, and burning of savanna, for example. We need to also very much, and so much the focus of this conference is on the post-production side, processing, packaging, transportation, where the supply chains come in, refrigeration. Then let's not forget diets and consumption, food preparation, homes, restaurant and retail, dietary choices, institutional purchasing, and of course, throughout the entire system, food loss and waste. So AGMIP is working with FAO to develop databases by country of the greenhouse gas emissions from all of these components of the food system, as well as looking at how the climate change will be affecting those on the adaptation and resilience side. So to wrap up the way forward, take a food system approach that links the climate system, ecosystems, nutrition, and sustainable development pathways to achieve healthy food and a healthy planet. So food system approach is the first way forward. The second is, I believe, to keep a laser focus on climate change solutions for food system stakeholders with an integrated focus on mitigation and adaptation. Remember, that's MACB at the same time, and of course, sustainability. Finally, to conduct radically cooperative. That's like AGMIT, but let's join all the networks together and develop this. We hope to develop even more integrated assessments regionally in Asia to bring the modelers and the stakeholders and the researchers together to perform multi-scale assessments of solutions, and including the resilience to climate disasters. Just remember back when we showed those climate extremes and the examples that they are having right now on food security. So as the World Food Prize winner this year, I've been asking our communities across the world that's why I have at the bottom my ask, for us together to develop larger scale climate change resilient food system solutions. We now know, I think, a lot of what we need to do. What we need to do now is scale up and scale out. So with that, I want to invite you to the 9th AGMIP Global Workshop, which is going to be June 26th to 30th in 2023. It's going to be at Columbia University, New York, New York. And these workshops are roll up sleeves and work together kind of workshops. Sonali, I'm sure would agree. So please save the date and come. It'll be hybrid. So come either to New York, and so we can all meet together, or also there'll be plenty of online opportunities as well to really move forward in radical collaboration for climate change solutions. So with that, I want to thank you for inviting me to give the keynote. For protocols, up-to-date events and news, and to join AGMIP, please visit the website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cynthia. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. It gave me a very deep impression. Actually, it is an impressive, informative, and insightful presentation, and I really enjoy it. And first of all, I would like to share my screen with all the colleagues. I would like to share, why Cynthia Rosenwig win the 2022nd World Food Prize. So look at this news. Actually it highlights that on October 20, just last month, the World Food Prize Foundation awarded Cynthia Rosenberg of the United States with the World Food Prize for her seminal contribution to understanding and predicting the impact of the interaction between climate and food system. Rosenwig received the prize in the Iowa state capitol during the Laurenti Award ceremony, an annual event celebration. Distinguished individual as they receive the honor. So it is our pleasure to share this honor with Cynthia. Thank you very much for your presentation. And then we have questions at the Q&A box. Before that, I wanted to take the privilege of my moderating, ask one question. Yes, we listened to your keynote speech. We understand that food is not a personal demand, the prime personal demand, but it is a crucial issue related to domestic, regional, and global. So what is your, if you just very brief highlights the role of the international financial institution like World Bank and ADB play in the area you are research. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, the development banks like the ADB and the World Bank are absolutely crucial to the scaling up to action on climate change, because they are providing the funding for the real on-the-ground projects. What I would recommend is, again, wearing maybe my food prize hat, is that the projects from ADB and World Bank and other development banks around the world forge a new relationship with researchers so that we can be doing assessments alongside of the adaptation and mitigation projects that the banks are funding. Because I think that there's been a siloization between the research and the finance. And what we really need to go forward is what is now being called action research. So that as the actions are taken and funded by the banks on the ground, the researchers are tracking and are part of those projects from the beginning so that we can really see what's working, what's not working, to be able to actually contribute much more to the decade of action on climate change.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I would like, first invite Dr. Dio Hubert to ask the question. I also noticed there is a question at the Q&A box. Yeah, we will answer the question in the Q&A box later. Thank you. Now, Dio-san, please.
Thank you so much, Yijing-san. Thank you very much, Cynthia, for your wonderful presentations, and also congratulations for winning this World Food Prize. And it was actually long awaited, that award for you. So we are very happy being a part of the food community, the agriculture communities. We really celebrate these occasions, and once again, very heartfelt congratulations. So my question is, Cynthia, since you have been working very extensively, I have been watching you, the kind of work that you have been doing, the agenda that you have been leading. I mean, you have been a front runner in this agenda. So my questions boils down to particularly smallholders, farmers who are very poor and very vulnerable households. And these smallholder farmers who are poor and vulnerable live in very vulnerable countries, as you have shown in your map, most of the vulnerable regions in the global souths. And they're very vulnerable. And if you look at the GHG emissions, the climate change, I mean, the bulk of it has been coming from the global north until now, the accumulation. So what's your view on the, we have also seen these discussions in COP27. What's your view on the role of global north in, financing the poor, vulnerable countries in its endeavor for climate change adaptations and mitigation strategies? What are your thoughts?
Yes, thank you for raising this absolutely critical, essential focus on smallholder farmers. There are the data show, or the estimates show, that there are 500 million smallholder farmers who are farming less than 2 hectares around the world, and these are this amazing group of farmers absolutely need to be the focus of just, again, the scaling up of in particular, as you were saying, resilience measures, adaptation measures, and resilience measures, because the emissions from developing countries, agriculture, but you have to always look to see, there are certain, because rice is a big methane emitter, livestock can be big emitters. So, I think we have to do an overlay on this side of the mitigation of the greenhouse gas emissions and the most vulnerable, in terms of bringing that MAC-B approach together. But I very much, agree with you that adaptation and resilience are very important. Then in terms of the role of the global north, so there was progress at COP27 in regard particularly to loss and damage. I think from those of us who have participated in many COPs through the years, we know that those are on its own path and its own time frame. It's taken a long time to get the specific funds for loss and damage. So that's a huge, I believe that's really huge progress. But of course, there's so much more to go. So the global north very much needs to be an active participant in bringing the global South along as well. But I just want to end this comment with the spirit of AGMIP, which is very much it's really integrated to a network to learn from each other and to contribute to each other. So there's there's so many things. So there's the funds, that's one thing, but there's so much on knowledge from the global South, I mean, on the processes of agriculture and food systems, right? And that the global North can learn, I think. So I think it's an opportunity for, again, this, let's not make big siloizations, let's all work together.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cynthia. Now, I would like to take the Q&A first question from Narin Mam. And the question is, how do you deal with, overcome these obstacles, food security, in contribute to the best economic zone around climate change and war? Can you see the Q&A? Thank you.
Let me get to the Q&A.
Yeah, please take a look at the Q&A. The first question from Narin Mam.
Yes, thank you, Narin. Great, so we're going to answer this one live. So it's so challenging, really, on the war side. I mean, we can see that I think the role, I would say, first of all, the role on the war part, it's the role of the UN that was bringing together the different parties so that the grain could actually, the ports be open so that the grain could be shipped to the very food vulnerable countries. And so I think supporting the United Nations is absolutely critical, because they are the world international actor who can really bring these together. So then on the climate change, I think we really need this scaling up right now of larger projects. I think as we were saying before, the Asian Development Bank, all the development banks around the world, the World Bank, etc., as well as the Global Environmental Facility, the Green Climate Fund, all of these need to be not only expanding, but deepening what they do. I truly believe bringing researchers in to the projects so that we have action research. I think that's the only way we're going to overcome the obstacles that Narin is raising.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Yeah, and then I found Dr. Dina raised hands, and also Dr. Sisam and another colleague have Q&A box questions. So first, Dina, please, your question. Dina.
Thank you very much, Isin. Thank you, Cynthia. I admire your work. I really love your presentation, and you so many times highlighted we need scale up and scale out. And I actually heard this many times from my ADB colleagues in Manila, even like vice president and presidents. They all talk about the need for scaling up. So we are on the same. The only I understand how we can scale up mitigation. This is very understandable. But when it comes to adaptation, I actually don't understand, because solutions might work for Pakistan because they have flood and so on, but the same solution might not work for Kazakhstan, which facing drought problem, right? So agriculture is very different from countries to countries. Do you need scale up for region with similar climatic conditions, similar agriculture? Or you thinking like maybe something I don't understand? So if, let's say, I want to start a project scaling up adaptation solutions, so can you give me advice? Thank you.
Surely, I think you're absolutely right. That's what I was saying. It's like agriculture is always right on the ground with those particular set. However, we can learn a lot, and we can, also in the discussion later on in this session, also ask Dr. McDermott, because she's really been working with Vietnam, India, and Bangladesh on the MACB projects. So what we find in the way that AGMIP does it is we create protocols for rigorous assessments of bringing the models together, bringing the climate change scenarios together, and those climate change scenarios and observations are based on the particular places. But by having the protocols across countries, even within region or even across, in different regions, we can then compare lessons learned. What did we learn in drought? What in the drought-prone regions? What did we learn in the flood-prone regions? What can we learn about alternate wetting and drying in different geographies? So I would say that that's the first, protocol driven. The second is stakeholder engagement from the beginning, so that the learning in the farming regions within a country can then be brought to the national stakeholders, so that then the national stakeholders can develop policies and prioritize the funding, and as they go out for projects and funding from the banks.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Actually, yeah, 30 minutes is too short for you. We hope to invite you later. But now, please take a look at the Q&A. We still have two questions. First, from Dr. Kinsey Sam. What are the implications of the growth in income in developing country and diet transition, particularly to more meat-based diet, to food security and climate-related resilience? The first question. Now, please, could you please take a look at the first one, and then we will have a next one. Next question.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Sitaram. This is a very, very critical point that Dr. Ram is raising. Of course, that with growth in income in developing countries, that often brings a dietary transition, particularly to more meat-based diet. And this then has implications for food security, climate-related resilience, but also greenhouse gas emissions, the causative factor, because red meat in particular from ruminant animals, and meat from ruminant animals have very high greenhouse gas emissions. So what we've been doing in AGMIP is, again, linking to our nutrition colleagues. And there's wonderful worldwide efforts with nutrition specialists now working with the countries, so that as the dietary transitions occur, that perhaps we don't have to make some of the mistakes that have been made in the developed regions, in which these the dietary transitions have led to very serious health impacts. For example, in obesity, it's malnutrition on the other side of obesity, leading to diabetes and heart issues, cardiopulmonary as well. So again, bringing together, I think we've now just got to really learn how to work together. So we bring our economists in who understand those economic income growth, we bring their diet specialists, we bring our nutrition specialists to create new models for the dietary transitions.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Now, the last question, maybe very brief answer. The question is, how climate change the effect on water around the world? No specific countries.
Okay, well, and again, so Dr. McDermott is a very preeminent climate scientist who works on the water cycle, and particularly the monsoon in Asia, in South Asia. So it's of course it's overall the water budgets, the total water stays the same in the global water system with climate change. However, it's the redistribution of the water through its processes. And so there are regions of the world which are projected to have more water, and then other regions which are projected to have drying areas. And so that's another thing. That's why we have climate specialists with us. So we see a redistribution of the water resources with climate change. And this is absolutely critical, of course, for agriculture and food, because water is the #1 thing we need to grow food. So there are very, very strong impacts of climate change on the hydrological cycle. A warmer atmosphere holds more water, so that's potentially more drying. At the same time, and this is already occurring in many parts of the world, because the atmosphere is holding more water, the heavy downpours are greater, more frequent. So we're kind of in a lot of regions of the world, we're getting like both. The drought projections are for drought, and then when the rain comes, heavy downpours and flooding. So
thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Cynthia. We know, the time is not convenient for you, in USA. And now, thank you very much for your very impressive PPT and also question answer. Now, we'd like move to the second session. Session 2, food security and global food supply chain. First of all, let me introduce the moderator, Dr. Dio Hubert. Dr. Dio Hubert is a Vice Chair of Research and Senior Fellow at the Asia Development Bank Institute. His research focuses on the development, microeconomics, agriculture economics, and environmental and natural resource economics. He is currently implementing the implements and field research in agriculture, natural resources, and climate in Asia. Prior to join ADB, he was a senior global program manager to the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, social economics and sustainable intensification programs, and served as chair of staff committee at CIMMYT. And he's a writing star, and he wrote a lot of research papers, and he has over 130 publications in School Pass Index journal, and has guest edited several journal special issues. He was also served as the editor board member of the Asia Development Review and lectures. He lectures at the University of Tokyo, and he taught Bashi University in Japan, and recently years. Now, please join us to welcome Dr. Dio Hubert as the moderator for session 2. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Yijing-san, for your kind introductions. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to call on the sessions by inviting Dr. Sonali McDermott. She will be presenting a paper titled Integrated Climate Change Assessment in Asia, Lesson from AGMIP, Agriculture Model Intercomparisons and Improvement Projects, which actually Cynthia has already explained what it means, and Dr. Sonali would be presenting the assessment in Asia integrated climate using the AGMIP model. So let me give you a brief background about Dr. Sonali. Dr. Sonali McDermott is an associate professor and a climate scientist in the Department of Environmental Studies at New York University, and she currently serves as an editor-in-chief for the AMS journal Earth Interactions. Her research focuses both climate change impact on agriculture and food security and the impact of agricultural land management on the environment. She is a climate co-lead for agriculture intercomparisons and improvement project, that's the AGMIC project, evaluating climate change impact on food security across South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. She is also affiliated with NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies, where she develops climate model to understand the impact of land management on the climate system. She is also a recent Andrew Carnegie Fellow 2021 and a Fulbright Kalam Fellow Awardee 2020, which supports her research investigating pathway for combined climate mitigations and adaptations in agriculture. She holds BA in physics from New York University and a PhD from Department of Earth and Environmental Science at Columbia, focusing on atmospheric science and climatology. Prior to New York University, she was NASA postdoctoral fellow at Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York. Thank you. And also Sonali has published extensively in very high impact factor journals. She also has very interesting, activities outside science, which you can see, you can Google and see what she does besides science. Sonali, floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Dr. Rahazan. Thank you also to the organizers and ADBI for extending this invitation to do this talk, which I'm excited about. I will share my screen right now. Are you able to see that?
Yes, Sonali. Maybe
Wonderful.
you have to,
Thank
if you
you.
can put to full screen. Yes, great.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you so much. And so, yes, so I will be speaking with you today about scoping integrated national and regional assessments, in particular on our projects in South Asia. And the beauty of following Dr. Rosenzweig is that she has very comprehensively detailed a lot of the overview of how we operate in AgMet. So that leaves me to get into some of our results and talk through our findings a bit more. So thank you for that, Cynthia. And so Dr. Rosenzweig has already presented the details and the overview as well on our integrated assessment approach, which is what you're looking at here. I just will emphasize the comments that Dr. Rosenzweig made about not just linking from the global to the local scale, but that we're also very interested in capturing the variation across smallholder farming systems. It used to be that, a lot of attention was focused on trying to identify what climate impacts might look like on some kind of representative farming system. But I think for any of us and all of us who have worked in these contexts, as many of you know, it can be very hard to define what is a representative farming system. There is so much variation across how households decide to undertake their farming operations, from the activities to the management to the longer term decision making. And so we do try to capture that variation and take a perspective that resolves the entire distribution of results from those who might gain as a result of adaptation or even climate change or general development trends, and those who might lose, and assess what adoption of intervention strategies might look like. I also want to address actually one of the questions that was answered earlier that I think Dr. Rosenzweig has already answered, but I'd like to emphasize again, this idea of scaling adaptation. I think for AgMet, right, what we've spent so long working on and devising and what AgMet can offer is not necessarily the scaling of any individual adaptation or intervention, but rather it is the set of protocols and the integrated assessment approach, right? What needs to be included in an assessment? How do you go about evaluating adaptation strategies these are the things that AGMIP has innovated and really invented in some ways, the ability to do, right? This set of protocols and approach to evaluating adaptation that is really novel and key. And that approach is portable, it's deployable in different contexts. So even if the adaptation option is uniquely devised or context specific, the way that we go about evaluating that adaptation has some consistency globally and regionally. And so what I'd like to present and touch on in a bit more detail are the approaches that we use in trying to operationalize what Dr. Rosenzweig mentioned before in our assessment approach. And I'll talk about some results from various projects as well. And so what you're looking at here is a figure that's been adapted from one of Cynthia's original papers on the agricultural model intercomparison project. And what this represents is a very sort of reduced but important framework, model framework that we use when we undertake our evaluations, our assessments in our various sites. And so we sort of define this by a two-track approach. Our first track that you see up here is very focused on evaluating and improving our models, climate, crop, and our economic at the site-specific level, looking and collating and evaluating against as much historical data as we can get our hands on, basically. And so for this side of the approach, what we're trying to do is resolve to the best of our ability historical climate, including sort of changes and trends that have happened historically. We then run that through a series of crop models, right, to evaluate, well, how do our models do in calibration and validation? How well do they seem to represent the on-farm conditions and the regional conditions, yields, but also various other quantities that we would be interested in. And then we use that to create a sort of baseline or a point of comparison for what will eventually be our track 2, which is evaluating future climate impacts and scenarios. I should also mention that in addition to these two tracks, we're also very interested in evaluating how agricultural development, either following different scenarios or pathways, this could be fossil fuel or more sustainability or conservation oriented. We're also interested in how just development trends alone could potentially impact agricultural systems all the way up to the livelihood, these household metric levels. And so that's also a point of assessment that we undertake. That's a bit separate and a point of comparison to the climate change scenario. But what you're looking at on the bottom then are our imposed climate changes. I should note that you'll notice multiple boxes across all of these dimensions. And as Dr. Rosenzweig had mentioned before, another innovation of AGMIP was to be multi-model and to not just rely on any one model, but to try to look at a population of models to bracket uncertainty and understand what responses might be robust. And so in this case, we use future climate projections from now the 6th couple model intercomparison project from multiple models and multiple scenarios. And we connect that then to the crop models to assess what the impact might be on crop yields and subsequently on household indicators such as income, for example, looking at livelihood, vulnerability, and other food security, for example, and other dimensions, which I'll talk about in just a second. Now, as Dr. Rosenzweig mentioned, AGMIP is motivated and integrative with stakeholder perspectives. And so everything that we do and that we test and that we try to understand is stakeholder driven. And so we don't expect, of course, farmers to just sit there and do nothing. We expect them to adapt based upon an assortment of different pieces of information that they're obtaining. And so with stakeholders, given the results of the future climate impacts, We then work to devise and or test existing adaptation options that are being promoted, or in some cases, brainstorm potentially new interventions given a particular development pathway. And we test that again through this model framework in order to understand what the costs and benefits or the trade-offs might be, who might adopt and who may not adopt and why. And this starts this iterative dialogue with stakeholders to understand what these adoption curves look like and how might they be tweaked in order to bring the biggest benefit to the greatest number of farmers, given the variation across farming systems. Now, you'll notice that we've tacked on another element here, and I'm going to pause on that for just a second because we'll come to that in a little bit, but that's kind of integrating this mitigation perspective that we'll talk about in some detail. And so what kinds of indicators and valuations are we making here? Well, we look across a whole range of different categorical indicators and then affix the quantitative assessment to these. And so this includes those that fall under this economic category. And so this can be production, right, of crops, of livestock, of dairy, for example. We can look at local commodity consumption, such as food costs, and what might happen to food security within a particular household, and that kind of overlaps with some of the social indicators. We can look at farm income that's derived from the farming activities, and increasingly where we have data, socioeconomic survey data, for example, available, we can start to resolve non-farm income. So for example, in a world where mobility, human mobility is enhanced and households might be obtaining some of their money from remittances, those are things that, that we hope to capture depending upon the context and the data that's available, but something that we can integrate explicitly. We then have a range of environmental indicators, which include impacts to soils, impacts to water and water use, as well as impacts increasingly on net greenhouse gas emissions across species, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And then on the social indicator side of things, we look at poverty rates per that distribution of farming systems, food security, and increasingly the gender dimensions are something that we are deeply interested in AgMIP, and this is an element, an area that we are interested to build out. With some of the projects that we have that we're undertaking right now, we're working with experts to try to understand how we can represent, for example, if labor in rice farming systems falls disproportionately on female household members, and we can account for that labor cost or the lack thereof somehow, that might be one way of weaving the gender dimensions into our assessments, but there are many other components to that, including land ownership and so on, and asset ownership and so on. So that's an area of development for us for sure. The other thing I wanted to mention is that, you know, we sit at this nexus of basic science research, applied research, and stakeholder-facing research, and we're kind of doing all of that to the best of our ability. And so in addition to these stakeholder-driven assessments of testing what adaptations or interventions might work and what might not, we're also conducting some very standardized and systematic sensitivity testing. As Cynthia mentioned, AgMIP is multi-model, and AgMIP was really, you know, in sort of the first iterations of AgMIP when we started, gosh, Cynthia would know this better, over a decade ago now, dare I say it. That was, you know, one of the first projects that compared crop models for the first time. And what we found is that there were significant differences between these models that we were really only using one at a time prior to this. And so that's kind of what you're seeing here. For example, these are two different crop models, and you're looking at the yields as a function of temperature change, with zero temperature change being current conditions and temperature increases. And one of the things that you see very clearly is that while both models show declines in yield, right, across different farming systems with rising temperature, these models' sensitivities, their responses are quite different from each other. This is doubly true, again, for rice. So this is maize and this is rice below. And so we are trying to bracket the uncertainty, not just across climate, but across these models as well too. And that's something that we think is integral, not just from a basic science standpoint, but also in the way that we communicate with stakeholders. Okay, so moving on to some South Asia results and some of the work that we've been doing in this context. And so you'll see some of the sites populated. This is actually a snapshot from our Impacts Explorer, which Dr. Rosenzweig mentioned a bit earlier. And we have our sites across the Indo-Gangetic Basin, IGB, and then in southern India and central, south, and southern India as well too. We also now have work in Bangladesh, as Cynthia mentioned, in Pakistan, which includes part of our IGB sites, and I'll be talking about that too in just a minute. So a simple sort of diagram example. These are the kinds of diagrams we like to draw with our regional teams the minute we get on site and we start working with them. What constitutes your farming system? And so this is a typical farming system that you might see across Pakistan or India in the IGB. The reason that we do this is that we can't necessarily model every crop, although we actually do have a lot of capacity to model a whole range of crops and increasingly livestock as well. But in not all cases are we able to conduct a modeling run or a simulation for every single crop in the system. However, we do include the returns from each of those crops and those activities within our socioeconomic analysis. And so it's important for us to know, well, what are the major crops that require modeling? In this case, wheat and rice. What are the potential end uses for example, the crop residues towards livestock fodder and feed? What are the products that livestock are producing? What are the inputs and the full costs of the farming system? How diversified is it? We're interested in resolving as many activities as possible, and these can range from somewhat simplified to increasingly complex. And so here is another example from, well, what is now the border of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana in India. Here we studied chickpea and rice systems. And this is also to highlight that there's a lot of discussion about climate smart agriculture and what that looks like and crop diversification. And so what was really interesting and wonderful to see with this particular analysis is that we were able to include chickpea in here. And so from a food security perspective, from a climate resilience perspective, it's important to be able to include as many crops as possible within these farming systems. And so we can see that this, these are all bespoke diagrams, right? And so here the emphases might be slightly different, right? Livestock is still a part of the picture here, but here we might be interested in the role of mechanization, for example, particularly for crops like chickpea, which maybe in this context have had much more investment, but might require different tools, a different farming system, a different cropping system, a different mode of management. And so the markets for these particular crops, access and resources for management, how diversified the farming system is, these are all components that we try to factor into and that become very site specific. In southern India and Tamil Nadu, we've looked at maize and rice, and I'll circle back to the rice case in just a minute as well too when we talk about the mitigation and adaptation strategies. But here what we see are some of the sensitivity responses and analysis, which I mentioned before. And so we're conducting these analyses at every single site as well too. Now, and of course, Pakistan as well too, the Punjab and Pakistan here, we looked at cotton and wheat. And so here you can actually compare the sensitivity specifically of cotton, very important crop, export crop across this domain in DSAT and APSIM. And here there's a little bit more agreement, but you can also see that these are not completely aligned as well too. So some significant differences that we need to isolate and identify. And so just as an overview, and I apologize, these labels are a bit small. This is a response curve, an example of what we could develop across these contexts. And so the green shows responses for Pakistan. And as we sort of move down this curve, interestingly, we also actually move down towards southern India, the hotter climatic zones, or at least the more low latitudinal, not really hotter climatic zones. And what you're looking at here are the impacts, looking at this integrated assessment on net economic impacts, so the net farm return, with negative returns being losses and positive values being gains. And on the y-axis, what you're looking at is the vulnerability of the household or the farming system to climate change. And so a couple of takeaway points. Overwhelmingly, most of the sites show a loss as a result of climate change to their farming system and the net returns to the household. Although there are a few sites that show some gains, and that could be due to the sensitivity or lack thereof of the crops to climate change. But there's a significant portion of vulnerability across all of the sites, okay, where the minimum vulnerability is about 20% of the population that we included, which is very significant. And so these are the kinds of analyses that we're interested in producing, and now we can sit there and tease apart why we might have this result versus this result in a particular location. Okay, so I'd like to switch gears for just a quick second. I know I don't have too much more time left, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the mitigation and adaptation combination, the MAC-B projects that Dr. Rosenzweig brought up earlier. We've decided as a first, an initial approach to this work to look at rice. And in particular, alternate wetting and drying, and more broadly, the system of rice intensification. And I show this because this is actually a snapshot taken from the CG's, their previous CCAF's initiative, where they compiled the number of countries that have mentioned in their nationally determined contribution for the Paris Agreement mitigation or adaptation measures related to rice specifically. And so there are about 9 countries, right, adding this up, that have mentioned rice, and in this case, SRI, as a potential intervention for either mitigation or adaptation, and a smaller number of countries that have looked at alternate wetting and drying. So I should mention that at AgNet, we're not really in the business of promoting any one individual strategy. We're here for evaluation and assessment. And so we are not trying to promote SRI or AWD. We're just trying to answer the question, does it work? Does it work now? Does it work under future climate change? And how do we assess what works, right? What does that mean? And so this is what's motivating some of our assessments on this front. And so Cynthia presented this, so I won't take up too much more time on this, but this is just to say that we're leveraging the integrated assessment protocols and modeling approach that you saw earlier, but weaving in now this need to resolve the impacts on greenhouse gas emissions as well as water savings, for example, across different locations. And Cynthia presented some of the sites that we're working on in Bangladesh, and I'll talk about those results in just a minute, which is actually right now. And so these are very new results. And so this is a report that we are still assessing and writing up. So what you see now might actually evolve quite a bit in the process of writing up that report. But one of the things that you see here are the impact under current climate conditions of adopting SRI under for the net farm returns, which across different strata of farmers, so different levels of socioeconomic household income, effectively. And what we see here are gains in the net farm returns. We also see some increases across these strata in methane emissions. What we're finding in this case, to caveat, is not that this necessarily increases emissions, but that one of the things that we learned in doing this, because nobody's really done this before, is that the model and the way that we implement alternate wetting and drying or water control and management in our models is extremely sensitive. And it's also true on the field itself in our farming systems. And so if we're not capturing that as exactly as possible, we might lead to results that may not actually be representative. And so that's one of the things that we're trying to figure out now. And this is one of the benefits of AgNet, is being able to identify where our models may not be fully representative, figure out what data we need to make that more representative, and try to improve the models in that way. And so we'll have updated results on that very soon. We're also working across India, as Cynthia mentioned, in Coimbatore and Madurai. We've deployed field trials as of 2021 and then into 2022, where we've actually teased apart all the different components of the system of rice intensification, including the alternate wetting and drying, and compared these to 2 conventional cases. And I know my time has run out. And so here, I just want to point out that when we can do full SRI, we get much higher yields than when we don't. And so the takeaway from this is that combining these management strategies is more advantageous than using any one of the management strategies alone. And I realize I'm at time here. I should just quickly mention that we're also looking at this in Vietnam, where we have a full proof of concept, and we're able to identify win-win, where we actually improve yields while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And that's a paper that we have in prep right now. So we've got Vietnam, India, Bangladesh that we're working in. We also are in the initial planning stages for an RIA on these rice systems, mitigation and adaptation in Peru, Colombia, and Chile. So these are interesting transfers of knowledge between Asia and other parts of the world. And I'll just end there. So thank you very much. I apologize for going over a little bit, but if there are questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sonali, for this wonderful presentations. I think you have really captured, the different technologies that's being in practice and how it's going to help us cope with the climate shocks. And that's very important, like moving forward with all countries signing off for net zero carbon emissions. How should we have, we should use double-edged sword in the sense that on one hand, we should be able to contribute in reducing GHG emissions. And on the other hand, we should be able to increase our yield to feed the growing populations and also cope with the climate shocks that's not going to go away. I mean, that's where I think adaptations comes to play a very important role. Very wonderful presentations. And we look forward to hearing more and more from you. But before that, I'd like to just throw a few questions from the chat. We have the first, I don't know, can you see the chat? The first question from Samir Kumar Das, where he's asking, what is the climate change effect in South Asia, raises their agriculture products and its effect in other regions also? If yes, how can we reduce or eliminate? I think he's basically asking about the linkage between agricultures and productions in South Asia. Yeah. Would you like to?
Yeah, sure. So as I understand the question, I think the question very much seems to be, what is the impact of climate change on agriculture in South Asia, and then how might that ripple outwards to affect others? It's extremely important in South Asia, right? South Asia sits at this really interesting intersection where you have a majority of smallholder farming systems, but also these big commercial farming systems, right? So they're kind of all nested within that space. And these are, several of these countries are major exporters of different commodities, right? And so there's a need to serve food security and meet that distribution and demand within these countries, and also consider the ramifications outside of these countries. And that can be really difficult, particularly in 2008, right? As Dr. Rosenzweig mentioned, we had a multi-breadbasket failure, right? And that led to some countries, for example, in Southeast Asia, restricting some exports, right? That the rest of the world might actually rely on. And the same is true, right? Pakistan is important in the way that they've exported, right, some of their commodities as well. And these recent floodings show not just the internal vulnerability, but also how that might ripple outwards to impact food security in other locations and commodities trading in other locations. So I think it's a really important question and a really important topic. In the projects that I've shown, we've been focused more on the regional domestic responses right now. But I think in the work that Cynthia mentioned earlier, looking at these global gridded approaches, these are ways that we can start to look at multi-breadbasket failures and can figure out what the connectivities between countries are rather than within a country. So at different scales, AGMIP is working on that.
Thanks a lot, Sonali. So I'd like to invite my colleague, Agnes, to pose her question. She has a question. Agnes?
Thank you very much, Bill, and thank you very much, Sonali, for this fascinating presentation. I just wanted to ask you whether you and your your ACMIP is also advising policymakers, and if yes, I mean, what are the main challenges you are facing when you are trying to promote those concrete and tailored adaptation solutions to them? What are the key challenges you are facing to make them a reality? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for such a great question. And I'm not sure if Cynthia is still on, but I'm sure, I think I see her thing, but I'm sure she'll have a lot to say about this as well too, working across all of these contexts. So yes, so the first thing I'll say is that, you know, we are very stakeholder driven, which includes people, you know, maybe practitioners or people who are focused on water or focused on agriculture or focused on food security. And so we're interested in weaving in those perspectives. But ACMIP is also co-developing our strategies with policymakers as well too, right? So it's not just that we're presenting this information in a one-way, you know, mode to policymakers, right? They're being integrated into this process. And so one example there's many examples of that, but one example I can point to is in the Tamil Nadu case, where we're looking at SRI and alternate wetting and drying. I'm going to get the organization name wrong, but you know, our colleagues, our collaborators at Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, you know, that project evolved because there was emphasis at the state level in Tamil Nadu to conserve water, due to just variability in the water availability and flows. And so alternate wetting and drying was being promoted as a potential strategy to overcome some of that from a water conservation perspective, not necessarily a greenhouse gas mitigation perspective. And so we're testing that because that's responding to what the policymakers and, you know, various water policymakers specifically are kind of interested in exploring, right? And so that's a very kind of integrated, we're responding to what they think might be a good strategy, right? And working on that assessment. So I think when you take that approach, and particularly, even if it's not the policymaker who's directly involved, but people that answer to the policymakers, right? And there's more of relationships there with stakeholders, I think it becomes much easier to have a dialogue and work through any particular challenges. For example, the feasibility of crop switching or the feasibility of trying alternate wetting and drying. It becomes much easier to say, you know, hey, let's test your idea, let's test what you want to do, but let's test these other approaches as well. And we'll kind of let the assessment tell us what tell us what those details are, creating an equal playing field for those to voice their opinions and ideas of what should be evaluated. And that's the beauty and strength of the approach, I think.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Agnes, and thank you, Sonali.
Yeah.
Sonali, we have one very interesting question, I think, and that's something that I think you couldn't capture in your presentations, but maybe if you have your views, where it's an anonymous one. Thank you for the insightful presentations. Would you mind to elaborate more about gender equity in the implementations of this model?
Yeah, that's a great question. And as I mentioned, this is an area that ACMIP is very interested in developing more. And so for anyone who's working in this space at this meeting, I think we would be very encouraging of starting a conversation about how to do this. I think right now, it might be quicker and easier, more efficient for me to speak from an example. With this rice project that we've got in Vietnam, Bangladesh, India, right? One of the things that we've been told from a variety of stakeholders and also NGOs, Oxfam, is that, in some cases, the deployment of alternate wetting and drying, or SRI, could lead to heightened demands for weeding, right? Because you're losing that weed control from the ponding, right, of the paddy production. And so that labor demand might disproportionately fall on women in that context, right? Or even tribal populations. And so the question becomes, how do you eliminate drudgery? How do you tackle that gender dimension while also keeping the biophysical benefits, the greenhouse gas emissions reductions, the water conservation from SRI? we can look at this through a labor lens. So we've actually collected household socioeconomic data, and I think there's a bunch of data too that we're leveraging from BARI, the Bangladesh Agricultural Research Institute, looking at SRI, for thousands of farmers. We're looking at also, we collected information on female heads of household, and also labor, and what dimension, the gender dimensions, and is labor from the household or is it hired labor, right? We've captured that across these socioeconomic surveys. We don't have yet a way of directly outputting from the modeling approach a gender indicator. Like, what would that be? That's something that we're trying to mull over right now, but we can look at this from a labor dimension perspective, and try to resolve that from the socioeconomic surveys. So that's kind of the point that we're at right now, and thinking about how to do that. But what that actually model output result is, what that indicator is something that I think we're just really open to discussing. And Dr. Roberto Valdivia and John Mantle have developed the economic approach that we're using, among others. And so if anyone does have an idea of how that would be best integrated, yeah, we're happy to connect on that front. But that's kind of the way we're thinking about it right now.
Thank you so much, Sonali. Actually, yeah, I have many questions floating in my mind, but in the interest of the time, I think we have to end. But I would look forward to discussing more with you on this, and maybe working together. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sonali, and for your brilliant presentations, and we are really keen and excited to work with you. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to move on. Or Cynthia, would you like to share some thoughts?
Cynthia should, yes. And thank you, Dr.
Just want to say thank you so much for really giving Sonali and me the opportunity to share the AgMIP approaches. And Sonali, thank you for the wonderful presentation, really delving in and showing how rich the approaches are. So thanks, and thanks so much for the organizers, and it's been great. But now it's a bit late in New York, so I think we're going to need to sign off.
Thank you so much, Cynthia and Sonali, for finding time for us and being with us. We're honored to have you here with us. Thank you very much.
Likewise, thank you so much. Wonderful.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Now I'd like to move on to our next presentations. The next presentation is I think is very interesting and very relevant. This is the title of the presentation is that where policy response makes things worse, the case of export restrictions on agriculture products, which is very interesting and very relevant. So we would like to we look forward to hearing more on this, and we have our colleagues, our friend Dr. David Laborde from IFRI will be joining us to make presentations on this wonderful topic. So let me give you a brief background about Dr. David. Dr. David joined International Food Policy Research Institute at Washington, D.C. in 2000.
Excuse me, Yosan, wait a moment. Yeah, after the paper, we have a discussion. Sorry. Yeah, please, Yang Li. Yeah, the discussion first. Thank you.
Yes, Yang Li, let me, sorry about it. Let me introduce Dr. Yang Li. Sorry, Dr. Yang Li, my apology. Dr. Yang Li is going to discuss on the paper. She's a senior lecturer at Lincoln University. She worked in the area of agriculture and environmental economics. She applies econometrics and statistical model to understand real world issues such as environmental and economic impact of increased agriculture productions. Her research area includes investigations of consumer willingness to pay for high value added food products, farmer decision making on good environmental management practice, and economic evaluations of agriculture products and research. Her results are relevant to a range of stakeholders, including consumer, producers, and government. She have had demonstrated history of working in research industries with both domestic and international researchers from University Research Institute and private industries on varieties of multidisciplinary research projects. Her current projects focuses on understanding how producer interactions affect decision-making with the application of spatial econometrics and social network theories. For instance, how social interactions between pharma influences their decision-making on technology adoptions. Thank you, Dr. Yang. The floor is yours.
Right now I'm sharing my screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
All right, thanks for having me. I think that because of the inconvenience between due to time lag, I'm not sure if they're still here to hear the discussant or the comments that I would like to provide, but it will be good to forward this discussant information to them for the project. So when I'm looking at the paper, I mean, this is a really good paper that presents a lot of examples about AGMINT, regional integrated assessment, studying South Asia, and that shows how the model mitigate and adaptation of co-benefits of protocols with examples from Bangladesh. So that is what Sonali mentioned about the new sort of extension of the AGMINT model that they are currently developing for the current situation and for the future use. And I believe that by hearing from Sonali's presentation, I mean, to be honest, I've learned a lot from what the model is and how the model can be applied in the South Asia perspective across different countries. And then the results may provide policy recommendations for development pathways for South Asian and Pacific region, and also provide implications for global food supply and food security. So this is what Saloni and our respected keynote speaker was mentioning about. When I was looking at the paper, I was a little bit, my first expression is that this is more of a report. And then I might be wrong, but I think that when I hear from Saloni, I think, okay, so it is a report, probably different reports gathered from different projects. So then if I would like to provide something from a paper or publication perspective, I would like to provide some structure, suggestion for them or for their team, because I think they are working on the extension of the new model, the AGMINT model to consider about cost benefits or the trade-off between socioeconomic effects and the climate adaptation things. So if they are thinking about going that way for the new model, and then they might be thinking about the structure of the paper to be followed like what I presented here. So it's just my personal suggestion. And I do have some comments from discussion of the results perspective, because I mean they've provide a rich number of information and examples in the reports. And so for me, I'm not an expert in this model in particular. So from an audience perspective, whenever I'm seeing this model or hear the presentation, it will be more easier or convenient for the audience to really know more discussion or get some more discussion, a summary of the key findings of the existing AGMINT regional integrated assessment model in South Asia. In terms of, rather than presenting the examples one by one, it's better to have a comprehensive discussion after presenting all the existing studies and cases, so that the audience or the readers would have a better understanding of the whole picture of the implication of that model. When I was looking at the paper or the reports, there are just 2 paragraphs and 1 figure that presenting or the comparison result of I guess that I believe that was 2 examples from India and 1 example from Pakistan. So that is not enough to me as a layman of the AGMINT model. And also there is a lack of connection between the existing studies in South Asia and the applied study. So I know that the applied study is pretty new, but it will be better to really have the results of the examples presented to discuss with the pilot study and the results in combination of the existing studies in this field. And the other comments about the results and finding of both existing cases in South Asia and Bangladesh. I think this related back to one of the questions that was asked previously. So I guess that needs to be discussed in a global context. And I think Saloni also answered this question already. So it is more when we were looking at the ACMINT model, is more looking at the regional aspect in terms of different countries or regions of different countries. Rather than looking that in a global context, see the connection across different countries. And I mean, because the South Asian, those countries are quite closely related to each other. And so it would be better to really compare to the existing, again, a study in the other regions. And I think that Salani mentioned that they have already done, or they're planning to do some research in Peru and other probably South American countries. So I'm really keen to really see those examples coming. Again, it will be better to show the importance of the regional activity in a global context, how that regional or country level changes, adaptations, mitigations might have an implication to the global context. Because when I was looking at the report, they were mentioning about the implication to the global food security issue. So I would highly suggest them to really provide some indications or implications in terms of how this regional ACMINT model or the results of the model across different regions can be connected in a global context. And there are, I mean, other minor issues, again, that related to the structure of the reports. As I was reading from a publication perspective, so I just naturally provide some minor suggestion to the structure of the model in terms of the flow of the writing. So how do you jump from one example or several comparison of studies to the new MACB? So the new MACB pilot study, I couldn't really find a specific connection or clear connection between the existing ACMINT applications in South Asia and the current pilot study. So this is something, or some gap or lack of information that I, as an audience or reader, that I would like to see. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yang, and my apology. Somehow,
it's okay.
I think, yeah, and I think your points are very valid, very relevant, and very interesting. And definitely we'll communicate with Cynthia and Sonali. I think it's very late for them, so they have left.
Yeah.
And also, it would be nice, maybe, like, if you could, if there could be a discussion between you and Sonali, because you seem to have lots of interesting inputs, and greatly appreciated. Thank you very much, Dr. Yang. And
Thanks,
once
Jay.
again, apologies. Somehow I missed it. Actually, I was following, but maybe we got carried away. Thanks a lot, Dr.
It's
Yang.
okay. Yep. Thank you for having me.
Thanks. So we'd like to move to our next presentations on where policy responses make things worse, the case of export restrictions on agriculture products. So these presentations will be made by Dr. David Laborde. Dr. David Laborde joined International Food Policy Research Institute's Washington, D.C. in 2007. He is a senior fellow in the Market, Trades, and Institutions divisions, and the team leader for macroeconomics and trades for IFRI. His research interests includes globalizations, international trade, measurements and modeling of protectionisms, multilaterals and regional trade liberalizations, as well as environmental issues, climate change, biofuel. He has developed several databases on tariffs as well as test software. He is a contributor to the GTAB database and a GTAB fellow since 2005, a co-director of CARE's 2030 project. He has been focusing in the last 4 years on costing and roadmaps to achieving SDGs 2 in the globalized context, where considering the role of goods, capitals, and migrations flow. Beyond his work on database in the field of international trades and farm policy monitoring, he has developed several partial and general equilibrium models applied to trade policies and environmental issues. He has authored more than 70 peer-reviewed research articles and numerous research reports used by governments and international organizations around the world. Dr. David, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chair, and good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I'm talking from London, so it's a bit late for me. So I hope you will excuse me if I start to lose my train of thought. Yes, so let me share my screen and we can go. It's still heavily a work in progress. And I'm going to explain what is our approach, what we do, and also why it's relevant for Asia in particular. But I will also point some methodical challenges we face, and I think that will be interesting to discuss. So, first, as you know, we have been over different food price crises in the last 15 to 16 years. And I'm going to use some of these various episodes to illustrate the topic of the paper of today, that is to understand how a classical policy response that is about export restriction can accelerate or make the situation worse when we have other triggers. On this graph, actually, I represent the evolution of grain prices, fertilizer prices, and energy prices, just because these markets are interlinked. And actually, when we think about export restriction today, there is a number in the domain of food product, but there is also a number in the domain of fertilizer product. And if you just see on this slide, you can see the slight orange vertical bar starting actually in fall of 2021. And if you look at the red line on that shows fertilizer prices, you see how actually an export restriction measure put in place by China have accelerated and really pushed some price to skyrocket. And it's an illustration. Now, our goal in this work is, of course, to look at data, tell a number of stories, but actually to see if we can find some econometric test of that and not just looking at anecdotal aspect. Still, I think it's important also to keep in mind that this export restriction can really have a significant impact on market due to the level of concentration we are talking on these markets, where, you know, if you take food product like rice or palm oil, clearly in South Asia or in Asia overall, and on the global markets, the level of concentration is very high, meaning that 3-4 exporters are going to represent 80% of the trade very quickly. And we have similar pattern on some of these fertilizer products. So how these two things interact are something that we are going to look at, but also in food systems that become more integrated, we have to think if some disruption at a specific part of the value chain of the food system, and potentially starting with fertilizer, has consequences for downstream activities. So just to take you an example, you know, if country A put an export restriction on fertilizer and country B is a rice exporter but need fertilizer to produce its rice, do we start to see a weakening even in the international structure of trade linked to that? Now, let's be clear, we still don't have the response on all of that, the answers on all of that, but that's what is motivating the research and leading to this question, you know, what is the coverage and direct impact of this export restriction? do we see an impact on export restriction on prices? And can we understand what triggers export restriction if we see that actually they have a lot of negative effect, and at the end they are to some extent bigger than neighbor policies? Can we identify why they are taking place in order to take preemptive measures in terms of even institutional dialogue to avoid having a situation that is going out of control? So this may be to quickly summarize why we expect country to put export restriction. Obviously, in a structural way, there is an old argument that is a core bigger than neighbor argument, that is to manipulate terms of trade. If you are a key exporter of a commodity, you can use your market share actually to reduce your own supply, push its price up, and then have better export prices. And that's something we see both in food product and non-food product. Now, especially for a food product on the long run, this is not really a good strategy, because new producer can come on the markets and can erode that. You know, if you even think in the 70s, when we have seen actually the US put an export ban on soybean at one point in time, so not for real terms of trade argument at the time, but it was an export restriction. Countries like Europe or Japan decided to invest more in Brazil to start to have new suppliers to diversify the global supply. Then obviously, and today that is something that is clear, you have a domestic food security argument. You want to limit your export to maintain your food prices at a low level, or at least at a targeted level. And that the core argument that we see in a country like India when they put in place export restriction. You have then a similar argument, but when the product is used as an intermediate consumption stage. If you think about the food system, typically that where feed is going to be important. So feed is an intermediate input for the livestock industry. And when you start to see a potentially rising feed price on world markets, you want to mitigate that to avoid an increase in the cost of production of our own livestock industry, and you are going to intervene on the specific commodities. And on, world market, that's important, because when people put in place, export restriction on broken rice or on soybean, it's not really to target human consumption. It's really to target animal consumption. Then you have an income redistribution effect. So any trade policy instrument is going to redistribute rents and income among your economy. And when you have an export tax, actually, it's very important in terms of tariff revenue. And countries like Argentina will use export taxes in particular for that. And then you have something that is what we are more interested in the core of this work today, is in times of crisis, when you start to see price jump on world markets, a natural response for policymakers to try to disconnect their market from global markets, so to create an insulation and therefore stabilize their domestic prices. Now, export restriction is actually something we see very frequently. More than 75 countries use export restriction either on a regular basis or in specific crises on various products. On food product, the average number of countries is more 30, 35. So we don't see it like in other commodities, because a lot of this export restriction can target raw commodities, the mining sector. Sometimes it can be for strategic resources like rare earth. Sometimes just, as I said, to actually use a market power to get a better price on some ores and minerals. And I will see, unfortunately, we have seen during the COVID crisis also this type of measure apply to health-related products. Now, all the things I have listed above, basically except the terms of trade argument, can be achieved with better policy instruments. kind of basic economic theory. So export restriction is still a second best tool, but as I've said, very often used by policymakers. And there is a part in terms of political economy that we need to keep in mind about why policymakers want to use this, and actually why it's a policy that doesn't cost a lot of money for government to put in place when it can have a cost for the economy as a whole. Now that this already good setting the stage has been done, just what I'm going to cover, going very quickly on the literature review, to tell how we build the data set we use, start to dig into this data set to draw some lessons, in particular to raise some interesting elements for Asia, and then to talk about econometric strategy and challenges, and to point in some of the findings we have, but they are very limited on some part of the analysis. So export restriction, as I said, there is a longer economic research done on that beyond food products. Really, the situation we have seen in 2007, 2008, where a number of export restrictions has been put in place and have aggravated the food crisis that we were seeing at the time, has led to various papers by myself and my colleague Antoine Bouet, by Will Martin and Kim Anderson, so all between 2010 2012, where after, I would say, theoretical discussion of that effect, we were using, and all of us, basically simulation models to try to disentangle the effect of export restriction on the food sector and on food product, but not really econometrics, not at all econometrics, and for some of the reasons we are going to discuss today. Now there is new paper coming where some of the time series aspect are taken into account, but here also I will raise some caveats. Just to tell you, all this kind of papers showing that up to 1/3 of the price spike that we observe on some commodity, actually half to 1/3, come from insulation policies, and the export restriction per se can represent 1/3 of the price spike that we have seen in 2007 and 8, 2010 of 11, but also the fact that some importers remove their import restriction at the same time, that's where the overall insulation policy can have a longer effect, a larger effect. Now, it's not if we have already database that lists this export restriction. And even if normally countries would notify it at the WTO, actually, if we compare the list of policy measures that we track and the one that are listed at the WTO, we see a very low rate. Actually, 1/4 of the measures are notified at the WTO, for example, this year. And basically, all are notified after the restrictions are taken into place, more than 80%. When, from a WTO point of view, countries should do it before, just that their partners know about it and there is transparency. And I want also to raise the fact that it's not like if it is a lack of capacity, meaning that if you see which countries are doing their transparency homework and which countries are not, there is not really a correlation with the level of development of the countries. So there is here a political will to do some policy that countries know that may upset some of their neighbors and do not notify to the WTO. It's not a problem of capacity, it's a problem of political will. But for researchers, it means that we need to build our own database. And that's what we do. So we use different APIs starting from Google, but we have actually extended to more to dig at least every week or several times a week, depending on the intensity of what's going on, the web, to detect any news in the 5 core UN languages, but here also we extended to about 20 languages to track every news that will talk about export restriction, export ban, export tax in coordination with food product. And we have a number of scripts that are doing that. We also let people notify us of this type of policies. we do some cleaning, we do some cross-checking in terms of what has been notified the WTO, what exists in the official legislation. And to be honest, here also there is a lot of work that is done, but some uncertainty because some government can announce a measure that is still not even a decree or law. And sometimes people are clear about when the measure starts, but not clear at all about when the measure stops. So when we want to use actually also the time dimension that actually occur on a daily basis for the econometrics, we are dealing with that. This database is available online. I put the link on the slide. There is also some documentation. And to translate this list of policy measure in terms of indicators, we combine it with a trade data set we use at IFPRI that also allow to convert each product in terms of nutrient equivalent. Because at one point, if we want to add a restriction on maize and a restriction on soybean, the only way to add them is actually to go either in terms of proteins or calories, and I'm going to focus on calories. So more links on the data set. If you want to download it, you can download it in CSV. And the 2022 is, as I've said, updated at least once a week because it's a live work, including in terms of the data side. So now, if I show you what we have in this data set, and I'm taking the 3 episodes that I was referring before, 2008 and 2022 were a period where prices were going up on world markets and we see export restriction, but also 2020, when at the beginning of the COVID crisis, we have seen a number of countries worried or even panicking, putting in place some measures. And what you see on this graph is actually the share in terms of calorie of global trade impacted by export restriction. And something that you see first is it seems that a lot of these measures happen between week 8 and week 30 of each year. And there is a reason beyond that, is agriculture is a seasonal activity. And actually some of the policies related to agriculture are also going to have a seasonal pattern. And what we see that for some key commodities, bulk of the harvest in particular coming from the northern hemisphere are going to occur starting in June, July, August. And therefore, level of inventory start to be quite low in March, April, May. And it is during this period that people start to restrict trade, because there is less buffer stock, prices start to go up on many markets, and export restrictions start to kick in, making this worse. The second pattern that you can notice is after a quick acceleration, so actually in general, you see wrapping up of export restriction in a very relatively short amount of time, and that's what we call the domino effect. Things stabilize a bit, and then we start to see a decrease, but still with stabilization, meaning that people that have put in place measures, let's say in first or second quarter of the year, will keep them active until the end of the year, or at least the legislation is there. Now, as you see in the case of COVID-19, starting in June, actually, all this export restriction disappeared, mainly because the world was actually not facing a major supply shock in agricultural markets, but a major demand crunch coming from all the lockdown and the COVID crisis. So food prices were starting on world market to decrease, and there was no more reason to implement export restriction. And at the same time, during this 2020 period, we have seen more cooperative behavior by countries that were facing, I would say, a same threat, COVID, than we see today, where the world, even in terms of the global crisis we face, is much more divided about what to do and who want to cooperate with who. If I just take the example of this year in order to point to the key commodities that are driving that, as you can see, we see the oil seeds and the vegetable oil like palm oil that play an important role. And
okay, David, you have 5
yeah.
minutes. So
okay, sorry, because I didn't see the counter anymore. So, and we have a number of key exporters that are frequently using that. Now, if I just focus on the situation in Asia, starting from Western Asia to East Asia, during the various crises, we can have 5 hotspots of countries that tend to implement export restriction. On one hand, we have Turkey, that do it in many cases on some processed products or meat products. Turkey is, yes, an important agricultural producer in some cases, but also it's, I would say, a cornerstone where the country import a number of grains and oilseed, process them, crush them, re-export them, but also use some of these feeds for their own livestock industry. And that will be in some cases more in some semi-processed product or processed product, if you see meat as a processed product, that export restriction take place. Then you have in Central Asia, most of the STAN countries, if you want, that start to put export restriction, but in many cases as a response to what Russia will initiate. So you start to see export restriction coming from Russia and then mimicked by countries. And even in this case this year, you will see even Russia putting export ban on their export towards Central Asia, just to avoid the case of re-export going through this region, to avoid export tax put in place by Russia. Then you have the case of India that traditionally put in place export restriction every time it sees some threat to its food security, either coming from very high food prices on global markets or as a response to a domestic shock. This year, for instance, the heat wave that have hit the wheat production had an impact. Southeast Asia, you have 2 different poles there. One around rice. Doesn't happen every time, but basically Thailand and Vietnam are the main country to focus on, and palm oil for Indonesia. And then you have more sub-story like a chicken export restriction, for example, this year of Malaysia towards Singapore. On the big picture and some of the aggregated numbers, that doesn't appear, this last one. But obviously, if you are a country like Singapore and you import all your chicken from Malaysia, that's a very important issue. So I just want to point also that even if we can to stress the big picture and the main things at stake, there is a lot of individual story taking place. There is a lot of even bilateral relation taking place. And because it's very few occurrences, that's an issue when we try to apply econometrics on that, just to the limited number of observations occurring. Now, globally, because I have, in the list I have given about the product targeted, there's a lot of staple. Most of these measures hurt more poor countries, and in particular, least developed countries. In this slide, you see what is the share of imports impacted by export restriction. And basically, the poorer you are, the more impacted you are, because the first thing is that. Now, if I do the same picture for Asia, as you can see, here it's the share on this map of imports that are being impacted this year by export restriction. And you can see, for instance, how India appears on this graph. It's because what is main food product that India imports is vegetable oil. And because it has been targeted by various export restrictions, both on soybean and palm oil, India, that on one hand is a country that often uses export restriction, is also a country that suffers a lot from export restriction and has this ambiguous relation. Now, I will not deep into that, but what I just want to say is obviously the case of feed, when we think about food system integration in Asia, is important because a lot of the countries that actually have some relatively large developed livestock sectors import a lot of their feed. That can be soybean, that can be barley, that can be corn, that can be broken rice. But also, and once again, this year, for instance, we have seen an example how you see a domino effect, meaning that export restriction or even the war. And here I was not talking about the war, but the combination of export restriction and the war has pushed price up of maize and barley. And so a number of countries in Asia start to shift to broken rice as a source of feed. But as a response, you have seen India starting to put export restriction on feed. So just to illustrate 2 points in the last 90 seconds I would like to take. Yes, to do the econometric analysis of this database and to try to answer the initial question, we face a number of challenges. Once again, because in some cases, we don't have a lot of positive case and we have a lot of negative case, meaning that most countries do not put in place export restriction, but also because most countries are not exporter of these commodities. If you think about palm oil, just 2 countries, Indonesia and Malaysia, represent 95% of the market. So what do you compare this one country with the others? But also is when we think about prices, what is the price really we want to track, at which periodicity we want to look at it? And to conclude, I'm going just to show you these 3 graphs to show also why some of the story we had initially in mind may appear or not. 2008, the blue line is the share of export restriction in terms of calorie coverage, as in my first graph. The green dotted point is food prices. And so you see that actually the export restriction started to accelerate when food prices were already high and coming from the 2007. And then food prices decreased at the end of the year, but there was no directly link with the export restriction. In 2020, we see a very different pattern where actually the COVID shock was a major demand shock, so food prices decreased, but the drivers on this export restriction were very different. I'm not going to enter in the detail, but they are not the first one I was listed. In some cases, government panics. In some cases, it was try to actually limit the food price index. It was most terms of trade than an insulation aspect. And in 2022, and that's the last thing, sorry, that you see this year, that's the story we were expecting to see. You see how the green dotted lines about food prices match very well the pattern of export restriction. Now, we are not concluding on causality yet, and as I said, econometrics are a bit tricky on that. So we see correlation, we don't say causality. Now, I want also to conclude just by apologizing to our discussion that didn't see a paper, because at this stage there is no paper and received the slide very late. So I sincerely apologize, and I feel bad to put him in this situation. But that's where you were. So we already have a data set, you can download it. You see the type of mechanism we are looking at. Now, trying to push to the next step, that's what we are still struggling with the econometrics. And I hope you have enjoyed the presentation, and sorry for taking so much time.
Thank you very much, David, for these interesting presentations and very relevant to where we are today. Now I'd like to invite our discussion. As David has apologized, we would also, as organizers, would like to apologize for not sharing the paper, and also for very late sharing of the PPT. I'd like to introduce now Professor Bhagirath Bera, who is the discussant of the paper. Professor Bhagirath Bera works as a professor of environmental and resource economics in the Department of Humanities and Social Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. He has more than 20 years of research and teaching experience in the area of environmental and natural resource economics, especially on the issue of sustainable use and management of natural resource, climate change, and their economic and livelihood implications on local people in the context of India and South Asian countries. In addition, he has deep interest in issues relating to rural development, sustainable agriculture practices, and local livelihoods. Professor Bera, floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning and good evening to everybody. And thank you, Dr. Dil, for giving this opportunity, and also thanks to Dr. David for your wonderful presentations. I wish I had the paper with me and read it and prepared the slides for these presentations. Unfortunately, I don't have slides, so I noted down whatever you presented, and I hope my comments will be helpful for improving your paper. Let me just summarize what we have presented for the audience here. You started off talking about the nexus between food grains, energy, and fertilizer, which is very important, and how they go together. And then also you started posing research questions in terms of trying to understand the impact of trade restrictions on food grains, and also the questions of why countries use export restrictions, and you also suggested that export restrictions shouldn't be the fastest tool to use, because it produces a lose-lose situations. And so it's also interesting to know about your database that IFRI has, looking at, for example, IFRI trade and nutrition database, and also the need to build a specific data set with respect to the country imposing trade restrictions, and in order to bring about transparency, which is, I think, that quite important for all the countries concerned in the world. And so therefore there is always this issue that I think the questions of whether countries should go for export restrictions or not is a question that is being seriously asked, both at the empirical level and also at the decision making level. And in your presentations, you clearly showed using, in terms of comparing the three global crises or events, important events, that is 2008, the financial crisis, and then COVID-19 crisis in 2020, and also the currently, that is this Ukraine war crisis that has actually created a huge crisis in the world in terms of energy prices and also in terms of food prices. And in that context, it is quite relevant. Your paper has I would say that quite important policy implications for the whole of the world in terms of how they should deal with the commodities, such as basic commodities like food, medicines, and other essential things. So I would basically make few observations. I would say that the blanket ban on food export is unnecessary, in the sense that it has adverse welfare implications for both the countries, exporting countries as well as importing countries, as you rightly showed in your empirical analysis. And so therefore question that you raised, very important question, that is that why countries then go for export restrictions. Now there are, of course, in the literature that we see, there are a lot of explanations are given. For example, the free market versus regulated markets, especially with respect to commodities like food grains. Now take the case of India, the recent ban on rice export. They come up with very interesting explanations for that, which is that they said that India used to have very traditional buyers of rice, and those countries who are very poor, like Sudan and other African countries. And what they found out is that because of the food prices, global food prices, food price rising in global food prices, the traders have tried to hoard those food grains that India is exporting, and try to sell them to the richer countries who are giving them a better price. So in the process, the poorer countries, they can't get those food grains. So one of the example that an explanation that the government of India provided, of course, it has to be empirically verified and also has some logic in that. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to understand the political economy of the trade of food grains. This is not, I mean, some of this conventional reasons why countries impose trade restrictions that you rightly mentioned in terms of terms of trade and stabilization of domestic prices, etc., and so on and so forth. But there are also the regions such as like geoeconomics or geopolitics, and those are also being used to achieve short objectives, or so there are, for example, the countries who are having huge trade surplus, and they use that trade surplus to buy and stockpile the food grains, and which also creates the inflationary situations at the global food markets. And so a lot of examples in recent time we have seen. So therefore some of these issues, I think it would be helpful if you add in your discussions part, which is also can be very comprehensive. Now, of course, the other issues, political economy issues, are there. There are basically the managing or minimizing conflicts, if you want to, stabilize the food prices. I mean, the basic essential goods such as food, medicine, and other energy prices. And therefore, the other issues also, one has to look at is the energy-driven food prices in the exporting countries, and that also creates some sort of panic for the countries to go for this trade restrictions, export restrictions, in order to stabilize domestic prices, as you rightly mentioned. And but again, as I said, that trade is one of the most important instruments to transport food grains from surplus countries to the deficit countries, and that is how we stabilize food. We ensure food insecurity for the whole of the world. But if countries try to do this kind of policy measures, then obviously it will create a food insecurity especially for the vulnerable countries, as you rightly presented in your empirical analysis. And therefore, some of these things can be, I think, tackled if we have, what I'm trying to say is that, in order to ensure the resilience and sustainable global, supply chains for food grains and other basic, goods such as medicines and other things, what we need to think about is that we need to talk about the global governance systems. That how do you design and develop a global governance systems that will ensure the basic, things or goods for the whole of the world, and so that the countries do not resort to such kind of measures that actually create instability in the world. And so I hope some of these comments will be helpful for your for improving your paper. And I wish I had the paper and read it thoroughly. It sounds that your paper is very, very interesting and has a very, very important policy implications. And I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bera, for your very valuable comment. You made this comment off, or on the spots. That's something very, very appreciated, and also very valuable comments that you made it. So with this, I'd like to pass the floor to David, if you'd like to make some comments to the comments from Professor Bera.
Yes, first I would like to thank him for his very good comments, but also really I think to pointing the most important message in terms of so what, yes, these export restrictions are hurting the poor consumers in other countries, they're also actually hurting your farmers at home. You know, if even today in India, farmers say, please remove the export restriction on wheat. So, but countries still continue to do it. And so how we can go beyond that, I think, is a key challenge for the global institutions, global governance, regional governance, because also a lot of this issue hurt literally your neighbor. So, I mean, if we cannot get a global agreement on that, can we get something at the regional level? And yes, I really like this comment. And on one hand, we have to understand the political economy behind it, because just telling to a country what you do is bad for your neighbor, governments don't really care about that. They say we have our own problems at home, and our mission is to solve problems at home. So we have to say, okay, maybe there is other way, maybe there is better way, maybe we need to find sometimes financial means or fiscal space or solution to do that. But then also, as Professor Berra said, there is things that we should agree on. And, you know, access to medicine, access to basic food, for the majority of people on the planet is important. And in a world where we deal with different crises, the COVID health crisis, or I think like the previous presentation has shown, climate change also is making more shocks. When you have these shocks, you need trade to rebalance supply and demand, you know. And if you start to shut down trade, you are going to make things worse. So yes, thanks again, Professor Berra, for your comments. I think in terms of what we should learn and what we should recommend for the papers, your comments were perfectly on point, and we will use them. And I'm stopping here.
Thank you very much, Dr. David, for pointing this out, in the sense that we have these trade restrictions, and particularly like when it comes to essential commodities like food and health related supplies, you know, that's very key. And particularly the poor, the developing countries, they suffer a lot. And many times, you know, this is used as an instrument by many countries to pressure the other countries. Also, I mean, like, you know, even when there is like, you know, there's no crisis, there's no shock, people try to use this as an instrument to, you know, push other nations to yield to their pressure. You know, we have this kind of thing. That's where I think the global governance, the multilateral institutions should come and play a very important role. That's I think a very important point that you have also pointed out. And we are very glad that you found, you know, I know you're very busy, but you found time to, you know, prepare very wonderful slides and came and made a very great presentations. But one last questions before I pass the floor to Yijing-san is that, like, you know, we had seen these trade restrictions, not today, but we had seen in the past, like, you know, we have seen in 2008, and we have also seen before that. Do you think the government or the multilateral agencies across the globe has learned something from those kind of restrictions, and are they trying to do something about it?
So I will say yes, multilateral organizations are more aware of them. We try to get more policy dialogue on them. I mean, including the G20 this year has raised the issue. Now, the issue that we face during the G20 is the chair countries, Indonesia, at the same time that there was discussion about no one should put the export restriction, was putting export restriction on their own palm oil. And next year, we may have the same situation with India, where India were really complaining that it's totally unfair that Indonesia put an export restriction on palm oil, and we are the main victim, and at the same time, maintain export restriction on fish. So, I mean, there is this awareness, but how we translate that in terms of action for policymakers, I think that's where understanding the political economy is important. Now, I think that we face another issue is, as I've said, there is a question of transparency. Normally, even before starting to say to countries, you should not do it, or WTO has started to do the ministerial in June, the fact that humanitarian shipment, like for the WFP, should not be targeted by export restriction. We still have the basic mission that governments should do is, we are going to inform other organizations, other governments, that we put in place this policy. And to some extent, it's researchers like us at IFPRI, it's a group like AMIS, where WTO and OECD are doing that. But we should not replace the government about their transparency mission. So for me, the call is, even before starting to ask you to change what you do, just tell us what you do. And that can already avoid panics, avoid mistrust, because trade across nations is also a matter of trust. I mean, yeah.
No, thank you, David, for your very good points. There are two questions here on the Q&A box. You can just look at it and see if they are relevant to you, or if you have some comments on those two questions. Can you see, or should I read out?
Yes, no, I can see. So they are more on climate change, and I will say something, link also to the great presentation we had from our colleague from ADBI before, is actually we for some of these high value commodities, for example, we are not sure about what are the impact of climate change is, meaning that, we know a lot about soybean, rice, wheat, maize. When we start to move to other commodities, we know less about the impact of climate change. Actually, even if I look at my export restriction database, it seems that very few countries are putting export restriction on that. So how this horticulture sector, what are the shocks impacting it, how policymakers are reacting to it, I think it's less studied, but also it shows that still policymakers in many cases focus on key staple. When we know that all these other commodities are important for nutrition, they are important for income diversity, and sometimes they are neglected. Sometimes it can be good because it means that no policymaker is going to bother you or to put a new tax or a new restriction, but sometimes it means also that, yes, there are a bit of the orphan action of public policies, and we should not forget about it. But on the broader question of El Nino and other things, really, the message I want to keep here is that we face more and more of this climate shock. And this climate shock tends to trigger non-cooperative policies and non-cooperative response, as we have seen with export restriction. So, for the future of the world, either we have a world where we start still to try to manage together in a cooperative way, and that will mean to maintain trade open with the right governance, or we are going to be more everyone for himself or herself. Each country is going to develop their own policies. Each country is going to try to produce everything for their own food self-sufficiency, knowing that with the climate, it's going to become less and less possible. And so we are going to have a vicious circle that we want to avoid. But trade policy is an important part. Farm policy is an important part. What we need is rational use of these different instruments, and spending on adaptation at the farm level for smallholders, and having a smart and open trade policy should not be seen as one or the other. They have to work together, and that's where also the role of the Asian Development Bank is so important.
Thanks, David. I think the wild fruit can be traded. I don't know if you have something.
So, I mean, something that is important to keep in mind is the world of food has a lot of regulation, and what we call the phytosanitary measures. And for many countries, what is not explicitly allowed is forbidden. And following some shock, for example, this year, for example, at the beginning of the year, Egypt didn't allow India to export wheat to Egypt for phytosanitary reasons. So even when Egypt was saying, oh, we need more wheat because we cannot get it from Russia and Ukraine, and India at the beginning say, we are ready to export, they have to say, oh, but do you meet our standards? Do we need to change our legislation? So yes, there's a lot of trade opportunities today that do not exist because SPS, and they are important, are limiting a lot of the trade opportunities, and in some cases are also big barriers for smallholders, in terms of certification and things like that.
Thank you so much, David. Your presentation was very valuable, as well as the Q&A sections was also very interesting. And thanks to Professor Berra for getting the comments in such a short notice. We have this poll, if our participants could kindly fill in the poll that's on the screen, that would be highly appreciated. However, I would like to thank all the presenter, the discussant, the organizer, and also all the participants who have actively participated and come here to listen to these very important issues on global food supply chain. And with this, I would like to pass the floor to Yijing-san. Yijing-san, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Diosa. Thank you for your excellent moderating, and thank you very much for every paper presenter and the discussant. I really appreciate, you overcome a lot of time difference, inconvenience. For example, in the early morning in Tokyo, it's already late night in USA. So our keynote speakers and presenters and discussants, they just sit here and very patient with us. And thank you very much for your excellent presentation and discussion. And also our active question askers. And thank you, and American, Asia, and the Pacific, and all over the world. So it's my pleasure to have you back to this event. And this afternoon, we will have a session third, the transformation and financial risk management in global supply chain, which will be chaired by Dr. John Bayer. Before that, I would like to have a group photo session right now, because in the early morning, many people could not join because of time differences. So it's better for us to add a group photo session right now. Now, I would like to ask my colleague to in charge of the photo session. So please open your camera and smile. Thank you.
Okay, dear speakers, I count 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. One more. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Casey. Now, I would like to introduce the chair of this session 3, Transformation and Financial Risk Management in Global Supply Chain. The chair is Dr. John Bayer. Dr. John Bayer is the Vice Chair of Research and Senior Research Fellow, Asia Development Bank Institute, which is located in Tokyo, Japan. Dr. John joined the ADBI as a research fellow in March 2019. He was over 20 years of experiences as an economist in the public and the private sectors. In his current role, he co-heads ADBI Research Department, leading research work streams and macroeconomics, finance, and infrastructure. He is also co-manager, editor of ADBI Working Paper Series. Previously, he works as a staff economist at the European Central Bank in various positions for around 11 years, and mainly in the area of international policy and analysis and economic research on global finance market, capital flows, commodities, and he also worked for around 6 years as an economic consultant with KPMG and senior economist with DTZ in Ireland and the United Kingdom, and for 3 years as part-time lecturer in economics at Brunel University in the UK. And his research focuses on international macroeconomics, financial economics, and applied economics. He has published over 30 articles in peer-reviewed journals in economics and finance, co-authored or co-edited several ADBI books, and serves as an editor board member of the ADBI Asia Development Review and the subject editor of Asia Economic Letters. He represents his research regularly at international conferences and lectures at the University of Tokyo and Hitotsubashi University in Japan on topics related to financial globalization, monetary policy, and macro-financial risk. Dr. John holds a PhD in economics from Brunel University. Now, the floor is yours, John, please. Thank you.
Okay, Yishin, thank you very much for the introduction. So welcome back to this session of the annual conference. As was noted, the topic, the title of the session is Transformation and Financial Risk Management in Global Supply Chains. We will have two papers presented in this session. First paper will be by Alicia Garcia Herrero, who's Chief Economist for the Asia Pacific Natixis Hong Kong and Senior Research Fellow at Bruegel. I'm not going to read out the entire bio, but it's available on the website, so you can check in the chat where we will post a link to that, just for the sake of time. And I know that Alicia has to go quite soon, so I think that's the best thing to do. We will have a discussion of Alicia's presentation by Sweta Saxena, who's Chief of Staff at the Office of Executive Secretary at United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in Ethiopia. The title of Alicia's paper is The Evolving Nature of Global Value Chains and How to Pursue Their Resilience. So that's the first paper. So that will be the first session, which will take 45 minutes, including a Q&A. The second paper will be by Mona Ashok, who's Associate Professor of Digital Transformation at, Digital Transformation, Business Informatics Systems and Accounting at Henley Business School at the University of Reading in the UK. And she will talk about how has the COVID-19 pandemic accentuated the need for transformation in the global supply chain. And there will be a discussion of that paper by Cornelia Staritz, who is tenure track professor in development economics at the Department of Development Studies at the University of Vienna in Austria. So, okay, so I would now like to invite Alicia to make her presentation, which should last for around 25 minutes. So Alicia, please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the kind invitation. It's always a pleasure to share views with the ADBI and the wonderful people they always invite for comments and discussions. So it's really, really a pleasure. Given that I need to go through a full paper and listen to Sweta's comments and then have a discussion, I'm going to go straight to the point. And I'm going to talk about China's role. I mean, this is, of course, about value chains more generally. In fact, I'll have a few comments on other economies, including Ukraine and Russia and Taiwan later. But the core of the argument here is, of course, China's central role in the global value chain and how this relates to resilience and what actions are being taken, whether it's government actions or even private actions. So that's the paper. You can see it here. So it is China's ascent from the periphery to the center of global value chains, as I mentioned, the resilience part, and which comes from the fact that there are risks from concentration. That's kind of, there's many ways to define resilience, let me tell you. I'm only focusing on this one. There's so many other aspects, including sustainability aspects, etc. So I'm not claiming here by all means some purposes that I'm touching upon every single aspect of resilience. I'm just focusing on this central role of mostly China, but as I said, there's other examples for some specific products that should be treated in this very same way because of the concentration. Measures taken and what has happened so far. So starting with China's ascent from the periphery, as we say, the centrality of China in the global value chain. So there is, of course, evidence based on gross trade data that is already very telling. Yeah. So if you see China's market share in global gross exports, so I'll move to input-output data in a minute. It's just mind-boggling. It's very high. There's no country in the world that has ever reached that level. And by the way, that in itself is not the issue. It's more about in which products is it concentrated and what it means. Because if it were like always like a 16% share for every product, maybe we wouldn't need to talk about excessive concentration because that's China's size in the global economy. It's when it goes beyond that might create certain issues. And those issues might be random. I mean, because of shocks, because of external shocks. It doesn't have to be necessarily leverage. I want to clarify that from the beginning, that there's many ways to read that centrality, and problems with that centrality may be simply random problems, unexpected shocks. You can see there later on the capital goods versus others, meaning on top of everything, we're seeing a widening gap of what China really exports. And we have this impression that it's mostly consumption goods, but that's no longer the case. So it's about intermediate goods. And some of them are really essential for the production of other goods. And that's why this topic is very important. Moving now to input-output data. And I'm using here UNTAC data, although I have some research using OECD data, SWETA for reference. We decided to use UNTAC data because we wanted to focus on many countries and in a previous research piece, and therefore I just simply use that. But I know from OECD data that this trend is exactly the same, that global value chains, the participation of countries overall, across the globe in global value chains is shrinking. And it's shrinking since the global financial crisis. And there's no way we can avoid this evidence. At the same time, though, China's market share is increasing. This is, of course, gross data. So the question is, how do we put this together? I'm going to show you in a minute, going back to input-output data, UNTAC data, how to disentangle this reduction in global value chain linkages. How do countries compare? And I'm using Germany here simply because for the EU, you need to deal with intra-European trade, and it's a bit complex, although I have to say that I also have data for the EU in a different piece of paper, and it's just the same. It's the EU's participation in the global value chain is very large. These are the bars I want you to focus on. But over time, this is decreasing. And bear in mind that the participation as such depends also on an economy size. So in Europe, it is large because we are a single market and we trade a lot. And that doesn't, and we wouldn't be able to live without. But what I want to focus on is the change that dot in violet is negative, highly negative, i.e., Germany is losing, its integration with the global value chain very rapidly, more than the US. And China is, although you see the bars are small, but the difference is the smallest, meaning China is losing the least out of that general trend. Now, why is this happening? So there's two ways to read integration with the global value chain. One is basically importing that integration through basically foreign goods that you then introducing your production and re-export. But here I'm focused, and that's of course, you may say something you would do, if you depend massively on or if you depend on intermediate goods. The less you depend on intermediate goods, the more domestic value added you can add to your exports. And as you can see there, China is in level and in change, which is what I really, because the level again depends on the structure of your economy. If you are in a single market, maybe the level is, it's hard to measure because you may have little domestic value added, but you are very integrated with somebody else who has a lot, and it's not a big issue because you are in a monetary union. So I don't want to focus on that, but I want to focus on the change. The change is very telling. And there you have the US with the worst increase in domestic value added, and China with the best, and Germany in between. And then going back to the two concepts which make that idea of vertical integration, the foreign value added of your exports. If it's a lot, it means you just cannot produce everything. That's my reading. Sometimes it's because you depend a lot on commodities. I have to say there's a little bit of that too, but generally it's that you need a lot of intermediate goods, basically, in a nutshell, to export something. And there what you see is that the foreign value added in exports in China, you see there the dot in Germany is also negative, but the dot for Europe is positive, meaning if I were to show you Europe in a different paper we wrote, wow, Europe is increasing its foreign value added, but China is decreasing it, meaning China is increasingly integrating its production vertically. Now you would not be surprised to see the data on Chinese imports for the last nearly 2 years. They have been very stagnant, no matter what the economy was doing, very stagnant. And I think partially it's not only about a weak economy, because this was happening even when the economy was not so weak. It's because China is substituting imports increasingly. And I'm not saying forcefully, maybe even it might even make sense, because the domestic production might be more, better quality. I mean, I'm not saying this is wrong. I'm just saying this is what's happening. And then on the domestic value added in third countries exports, you see China is booming. So this explains China's nearly, by now we should say, structural trade surplus. And it explains how much, why it is not reducing its share in the global value chain as everybody else, because it's integrating vertically, i.e. it's in a way putting more in that value chain rather than just importing from the value chain. So that's kind of the concept I want to share with you. And that brings us to the centrality of China in the value chain. And now we move to, when is it perhaps too much to be true, or it is true, too much to bear, too much for that not to become a risk. That's the resilience concept I'm developing here. So the first idea is that let's focus on a few items and where China might actually lead production to the point of worrying those importing these goods. Yeah, so office machines, 53%, telecommunications, 53%, textile, yarn, this is of course the less value added product, 39%, apparel, etc. So as you move down, these are less value added, but as you move up to the value added, and I'll show you more in a minute, the concentration is higher and higher, and that's the key. So let's move to green technologies and solar panels. So China's manufacturing capacity is 85% of the global capacity. This is humongous. This cannot be explained anymore by China's size. This is where we go beyond, like 4 times China's size. And that's where we start talking about excessive dependence, etc., etc. For wind turbine, is 51%. For electric batteries, it's actually moving up. So basically, I mean, it's 74% now, and the expectation is that this will be reduced to 69%. But this is basically coming from a Bloomberg paper where they argue how countries should reduce the dependence. Whether we'll get there or not is a different topic. But, it's kind of surprising. You see there, like the show of Japan, which, by the way, I think it's actually a Nobel Prize, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, the person who actually invented electric batteries from Japan. So, it's like, you start wondering, I mean, what happened here, yeah? What happened is in the next slide. It's about the critical materials behind the production of electric batteries, but most importantly, not necessarily the raw materials only, but the processing of those raw materials. That's where you start seeing big red. So these are the 4 kind of steps for the production of electric batteries. And you can see lithium, nickel, cobalt, and graphite. And China only dominates graphite in mining. And actually, it dominates other rare earth metals, but these are the 4 more important for the production of batteries. And from there, you see material processing. That's where the issue is. And in fact, there's been estimates that the expectation is that China will continue to concentrate processing even further. So for the first 3 products, other than graphite, it reaches 90% by 2025. These are the estimates out there. And this is why there's a lot of discussion about what to do about it. Then on cathodes and anodes, you see is like really average something like 75%, battery cells, same. And then when we come to the production of EVs, then we go down. But the point is, how can you sustain that if you don't have battery production? Because it's the most value-added part of the whole thing. So it is quite worrisome. So just imagine you are Europe. Now you produce something like 30% market share of EVs, electric vehicles, but you hardly have any battery production. So how do you keep that going? And I think that's the type of things that people worry about. Again, because I don't think this is only about China, it's about excessive concentration, of certain kind of import sourcing by country X, Y, Z. We just need to remind the audience, I'm sure that nobody has forgotten, of what has happened in Europe with gas from Russia. Yeah, and I think this is for me a wake-up call for anybody who thinks through excessive dependence and resilience of supply chains. And it is not only gas. You can think about palladium. Palladium is extremely concentrated. And then, rare gases. Actually, rare gases is Ukraine, not Russia. But it's the same thing. It's like in rare gases, it's something like 60, 70%. I think actually the paper has the numbers. But the point is neon gas, krypton gas, xenon gas, all of that is very concentrated in Ukraine. So these are things that we cannot afford. And let alone, the impact of the collapse of exports of agricultural cereal from Ukraine to the rest of the world and food prices. So it is just obvious to me that we need to come up with a more balanced distribution of exports. This is another case that I would say is even more, I don't know whether I can compare how dramatic these cases are, but I think, if you think about the importance of semiconductors and the fact that Taiwan concentrates 85% of advanced semiconductors in production and exports for that matter, 7 nanometer and below, you realize that this is another humongous risk for the global economy. It could be, of course, we all know about tensions in the Taiwan Strait, but it doesn't have to be even that. It could be an earthquake. It could be, we had issues in September 2021, if you recall, with the automakers, because the supply chain disruptions generated by a new wave of COVID in Taiwan and a number of other unfortunate issues just collapsed the distribution of semiconductors to that sector. So this type of concentration of risk, in my opinion, needs to be avoided. And again, it goes beyond China. China is important because of the sheer size that I showed you at the beginning, but it is a concept that needs to be kept in mind, not necessarily, the country that might be more relevant, because this could happen again for a very different country, for a specific sector that might be key as an input to production for many other sectors. So what has happened? Some developed countries have taken some measures. We can think of the US with the executive order on America's supply chains in 2021. You could think of the bipartisan infrastructure law as some kind of, trying to reduce excessive dependence, the Innovation and Competition Act. In Europe, we have like kind of more value-driven type due diligence on supply chains, where human rights violations are scanned, and maybe Sweta has comments on our legislation. My only point is that it is not yet necessarily driven by excessive concentration, although the European Chips Act, I didn't mention that for the US, but it's obviously also there, actually totally ratified, not like the European one that is still in the making, but it has this idea of excessive dependence. And I think that that relates directly to what I just said about excessive concentration of production in Taiwan and to a lesser extent, South Korea. Japan, the Act for the Promotion of Economic Security by Integrated Implementation of Economic Measures. This is the name. But, you know, we can remember the very, I think every newspaper in the world reported on Taiwan's measures to reshore some critical supplies, especially on the pharmaceutical or sanitary space. And then South Korea started very early, 2013, with the Act on Supporting the Return of Overseas Korean Enterprises. This is more like of a reshoring, again, for critical sectors. And I think that's an interesting thing. That the amounts, I'm not reviewing that in this presentation, they are in the paper. I would argue that they might not have been enough to really achieve that reshoring. Not that I'm arguing that the reshoring would have been the best answer, but I'm saying that probably they were not even, you know, the design of the reshoring part of this of this legislation was probably certainly not enough. When one compares the sectors in which this legislation is happening, you can see that it's mostly pharmaceutical, rare earth. I showed you enough evidence to realize that it is critical. Electric vehicle batteries, again, and semiconductor manufacturing. So a little bit, you know, the data I showed you more generally, but in the EU, you can see that there's child labor and exploitation of workers, slightly environmental impact. So it's a little bit different in nature. It's not only about excessive concentration of sourcing. What has happened so far? Have we seen reshuffling of value chains? And of course, we could see reshuffling also independently on sustainability issues or resilience. It could be because of purely, you know, like risk return type situation where what used to be very safe isn't isn't anymore. I mean, the fact that there's reshuffling does not prove the fact that companies have bought into the resilience argument and are reacting there, you know, like independently or privately to this action. I have to say that upfront. But at least I think it's important to see, because it's actually quite hard, whether such reshuffling is happening. Well, the first thing is that data is scanned. I'll show you a little bit of data, but I don't think we can conclude anything based on data. However, we can show something on the surveys conducted. There's many, like I'm showing here the European Chamber, there's also the American Chamber, and I'm using also JETRO here for, you know, as a comparison, because they are very different in nature. In the European Chamber, it's basically all about how negative you are about certain things. This is European Chamber in China, obviously. And you can sense that the amount of negative views about, you know, like what's happening, why, you know, they're negatively affected by standards, political situation, supply chain, etc., is just much higher than before. And in the case of JETRO, the question really is, where are your business plans? And China used to be, you know, very high in the list, but it isn't anymore. And I think that's important to note. India is by far the highest in this survey, followed by Vietnam, Taiwan, interestingly, Indonesia, Malaysia, and even Singapore. So things are changing. I think we can say that the surveys at least indicate that change. And then on data, okay, we can use UNCTAD data, FDI data, where we do find that China was the largest recipient on FDI in 2020 and not in 2021 anymore. But we don't know, we don't have a little bit of a sense of what's happening since. What I want to show you is that in M&A numbers, and M&A is not the, I mean, not the most obvious way for companies to invest in China, because many are like small, like greenfield, joint venture. They don't buy necessarily companies, but but it's still in value, they are the big numbers. Yeah, if BASF invest in China, this basically 10 billion. It's very hard to make that amount out of greenfield. So I want to show you M&A data simply because that's what we have all the way to basically after the summer of June 2022. And you can see that basically since 2016, China's M&A has been underwhelming, and especially, I'll be quick, and especially lately. So that's, and here you have, this is actually UNCTAD data, that if you sum ASEAN plus India since 2014, already bigger than China. And when you look at the change, this is the change, not the volume, but or the value, the stock, but the change in manufacturing FDI, India stands out, followed by Vietnam very closely. And for China, it is actually negative. So to conclude, in the minute I have left, what I want to say here is that global supply chains have been growing, changing, and China has become much more central. That's one thing that we need to realize, especially on the intermediate good space, which is a different thing from what we have in mind sometimes when we talk about China's exports. Companies and governments are reacting. Governments are sometimes very focused on reshoring. It isn't hard for that to work. Sometimes values, which is fine, but you know, the point is the supply chain reshuffling on the basis of that government intervention or perhaps economic arguments? And to me, what I want to say here is that increasingly one can see that there is more and more economic arguments, whether it's growth differentials, population differential between China and youth, what I call youthful Asia with growing population, etc., etc. So it seems like something is really happening, and the concentration of sourcing from one single source is indeed very important. You can see that in the Semiconductors Chip Acts. You can see that from companies' reactions to, they find that that's could be a generation of future income for them if they don't follow that pattern of excessive concentration. But this is still too early to confirm, but I just wanted to show the evidence so far. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alicia. Thanks for a great presentation. I'm now going to turn directly to Sveta for your discussion of this presentation. I know, Alicia, you have a busy schedule, so we're going to stick to the time strictly. So Sveta, please go ahead for 10 minutes, and then we will have a 10-minute Q&A directly after that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
so
hear
thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's always a challenge actually discussing Alicia's paper on China, especially given she's a China expert. But the paper, I think Alicia didn't even give so much of the richness of the data that the paper has. So if anybody wants more information and evidence on what she was trying to actually show on China's global value chains, its importance, and how countries need to actually reassess all these things, it's very well documented in the paper. So the main thesis of the paper actually was that moving away from China is mainly due to economic reason, which she actually put right towards the end as an economic, because of economic reasoning rather than legal pressure stemming from the recent legislation. And that's what actually I'll take the linchpin when I'm going to actually do the critique. But let me quickly emphasize, just go over a little bit of the motivation and things that Alicia has already talked about. She's very well proved that, growing emphasis on resilience versus efficiency, and it has started since the pandemic, and Ukraine is just adding to it. China has grown over the last 4 decades from being a non-player to a global player. China's role in GVC is very asymmetric. China uses very little of other countries' exports, while other countries use more of China's exports. Even when world GVC participation has continued to decline since the global financial crisis, China's market share has been growing up. And she's shown all that actually in the presentation, so I'm not going to waste my time right now. And China is not the most integrated in the world, but actually she shows in the paper how it's actually the European Union. China's integration in the GVC is coming down much more slowly than other countries. And EU is heavily dependent on China, like 50% of their products come from China, and then Vietnam is the next one. Now, some countries like the US and China, European Union are quite worried about the heavy reliance on China for critical materials, especially. So 25% of 2,000 of EU products are vulnerable given their low potential for diversification substitution by EU products, and more than 50% of them are imported from China. Similarly, the paper actually has lots of data and statistics to show that US is also heavily very reliant on food and agricultural sector in very sensitive ecosystems like pharmas, batteries for electric vehicles. Both US and EU are heavily dependent on China. Ukraine war is another shock to resilience, and as Alicia was showing, they are not major players in terms of share of global exports, but in specific products, they actually play a big role. Like Ukraine in neon gas, about 70% of the exports, global exports, come from Ukraine, and Russia in palladium. And she also mentioned, Alicia, just like there's another potential shock to global supply chains. Basically, that could come from the Taiwan Strait, as Taiwan accumulates the bulk of production of advanced semiconductors. So the big point, I think, in a presentation Alicia was making is that, we have to worry about whether it's not about China per se, but having a lot of your exports coming from, exports going to just one country and imports coming from just one country. Just the concentration part, I think that's what she was emphasizing a lot in the presentation. And then the paper goes through a lot of ways to build resilience, various concepts of shoring, reshoring, redirecting manufacturing back to home. But this is very, to do the whole thing for the entire supply chain is very difficult and sort of not practical due to labor and overhead costs, which means that, we will have reshoring back only just for strategic sectors. Then nearshoring, restructure supply chains in same region as consumer markets, those kind of things. It reduces the distance between markets, reduces the risk of trade wars and protectionist policies, strengthened by strengthening political, social, and cultural ties. Then, of course, there's this whole concept of friendshoring, offshore production of intermediate or final goods in supply chain too, or source the necessary products from countries that are like-minded. And then another strategy countries can use is basically about diversification, where you have China as your trading partner, but also try to actually, get some other countries to increase your trading with other countries so that you can dilute your concentration on just one country, that's China. Then micro policies like developing data analytics to be aware of potential supply chain disruptions before they occur, and also stockpiling to ensure business continuity. The paper, it was just one slide Alicia showed about these legislative measures. The paper does actually go through lots of different legislative measures to show how Japan, Korea, EU, and the US, they've actually put some legislative measures in order to sort of stop this big concentration of their imports from China. So, and I think it was only Korea also, Alicia mentioned, that actually went as far back as 2013 to encourage sort of a little bit of reshoring. Now, given that my task was actually to critique the paper, so I really had to, Alicia, look hard actually and read the paper a couple of times to kind of come up with a few of the things that I think, I don't know if you want to take it on board, but at least tilt the balance a little bit of the paper. So the paper actually builds on this very premise that companies and governments care increasingly more about building resilience to buffer themselves against external shocks, and this has resulted in reshuffling of supply chains away from China. Actually, this may be true, especially after the pandemic, as most of these economic challenges for companies are operating in China. It's increasing. It still discounts the fact that building resilience is generally a very costly affair for both companies and governments alike. So meaning if the assumption is true, it will inevitably result in increased focus on efficiency through cost-cutting measures, like using high-tech search for low-cost labor, favorable laws. In reality, companies and governments, they both are trying to find the right balance between building resilience and efficiency. It's not either or, as somehow the paper is suggesting. It didn't come out as much actually in Alicia's presentation as when I was reading the paper, by the way, so just to actually make that clear. And also the main piece is that motivation for the move is economic and not legislation per se. I feel that actually it is hard to kind of figure out from the data itself. And so the two issues I actually found was, so the impact of recent measures definitely is very hard to tell because data is very scant and fragmented. Paper actually acknowledges that. But yes, there are some citations from the surveys, like the Chamber of Commerce survey. It shows that reshuffling is happening, but it's happening at a slow pace. China is attracting new investment, but much less. Companies already they are staying, but the new ones are looking for other venues. The Ernst & Young survey also shows that 53% of the respondents have already near reshored part of their operations in the last 24 months. And 44% are planning new or additional nearshoring activities in the next 24 months. The question is, these survey results show that companies are moving, but there are no reasons given so much actually as why they are doing that. Were legislative actions part of the reason, or were they just purely economical reason? Sort of an observational equivalence, in my opinion, actually, and it's really hard to actually tell from these just the surveys. And I think one of the bigger issues I find is that the examples are quite cherry-picked from East Asia. So here, take the example of India. In 2020, India introduced a production-linked intensive incentive scheme, which is called PLI, under the Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign. So it was targeting large-scale electronic manufacturing companies, especially those looking to diversify from China. Proved to be very successful in luring many of them, including the tech giant Apple, which has actually started to base their production, started the production base in India, and it's also envisioned that by 2025, a quarter of the iPhones will be produced in India. So this proves that legislation can be equally important pull factors for companies and their supply chains, not to actually discount them as in this paper they've done. And also, think about the big pharmas, like, that 3 of the largest pharmas like Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Bayer and Merck, they all have very successful joint ventures with Indian pharmaceutical companies. And lastly, I just wanted to say that besides economic factors, environmental or labor regulations continue to play a key role in the company's decisions to diversify. And here you have to note that even in the past, pharmaceutical manufacturing companies, they moved to China, not because it was cheaper, just because it was cheaper, but because the production process, including, involved highly polluting chemicals, and China provided a very lax legislative environment for them to operate. So I just want to say, it didn't come out so much in the presentation, Alicia, per se, actually, where you were trying to make a little bit of different point. But when I read the paper, the whole idea was that, it's not the legislation, but purely economic reasons that come out. But legislation does play a big role. We shouldn't discount it as much as it has been discounted in this paper. So that's all I wanted to say. So thank you so much, actually, for giving this chance. And Alicia, I really enjoyed reading your paper. Had too much information for me to digest, but you actually put it very well in your presentation right now. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thanks very much, Sweta. I think you made a good point around the costs associated with ensuring resilience. And I think that there are certain differences across whether the industry is more labor intensive or capital intensive in respect of these costs. So before we move into the Q&A round, because I can see there are some questions building up, I would like to give Alicia 1 minute or 1 to 2 minutes to respond to the comments of Sweta. Please go ahead, and then we will have Q&A.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to thank Sweta. These comments are very good. I've listened attentively to the case of India, and I think it's quite important. But perhaps maybe to frame the idea, is it legislation, is it economic? I guess we would have to clarify whether legislation makes economic sense, because it's different from, if you're India and you're arguing, come to India, to assemble Apple, as opposed to come to the US to assemble Apple, maybe the response is different. So perhaps what I think maybe I need to clarify when legislation was mostly based on geopolitical or, issues rather than perhaps just an economic argument, meaning, we are attracting investment as economy X, as has been traditionally the case. Perhaps I should make a difference between legislation that it aims at reshoring for, I would say, protectionist perhaps reasons or, geopolitical reasons, and the others. Maybe that clarifies a little bit better what I meant to say that in that paper. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yes. Thanks very much. We will now have Q&A. So I can see a couple of questions. Dina Asgalieva from ADBI, Research Fellow. Please speak freely. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, both Alicia and Sweta. I learned a lot from you today. I'm not an expert on supply chain, I'm learning. So I'm a little bit confused. In these 2 days, I hear the same message all over and again, and from Alicia again, that important to diversify supply. Not good to have supply from just relying on one supply chain, like you need to diversify. So that was first day as well, second day, and Alicia highlighted that. So this is on one hand, but on another hand, as energy economist, I learned that all these energy technologies like lithium-ion batteries, hydrogen, very immature, very, very expensive. And we rely that cost will go down because as projects will become more scale, like large scale, then that's what they say, because especially BNF you are citing, that's what they say. The cost will go down with the scale of the project, one very big project. So that's what on one hand, and second hand, this is like a trade-off, right? How to balance it. On one hand, yes, we want to diversify supply chain to give it resilience, but on another hand, the cost will go up, right? If you make it local.
Yeah. So maybe if I can take that very quickly, it's a very good point. That's the point many Europeans make to justify that we import literally over 80% of solar panels from China, which we used to produce. But we were subsidizing solar panels and we decided to stop doing so. Let me tell you that China subsidizes solar panels massively. Maybe, you know, if you were to produce all solar panels in the world in Lithuania, maybe just to make a point, you wouldn't be able to do so. So of course, there is a question of economies of scale. But let me tell you that the economies of scale achieved by producing in China have not solved the problem of the sourcing of critical materials. And actually, if you ask me, of the close to monopolistic, you know, processing of those critical materials, the fact that you have a single country processing doesn't ensure that the economies of scale are going to come to lower prices. In fact, we're already seeing upside prices, as you probably know, because you are an expert in this. Why? Because the critical materials are becoming so expensive. So this, you know, like, I think there is a turning point to that argument. And that's basically the oligopoly argument that we all learn, you know, in our micro 101. I mean, there's a point of no return when you get beyond a certain level of market share, in my view.
Thank you, Alicia. I'm going to pick up a couple of questions from the Q&A box now. So there's one which asks, does the paper support or suggest deglobalization? Because, you know, there's this argument towards reshoring, which may not be viable in all cases, of course. What's your view on that?
Yes, I don't think that's the takeaway, at least not what I wanted to say, but if it sounds that way, I really need to review. What I think the whole idea here is that there are economic reasons, not only geopolitical reasons, for supply chain reshuffling, because even companies or say governments which want to attract FDI, as the case of India that Sweta mentioned, but more generally, they realize that excessive concentration has cost. It's not only geopolitical cost, it's economic cost. And I think that's the whole idea, but diversification is not deglobalization. It is not, because somebody else is going to get that, you know. And of course, if we all reshore everything and we integrate production vertically to the point of, but by the way, this is happening in the sense that the vertical integration, again, because of economies of scale, you name it, yeah, are actually a deglobalization force more than diversification, because diversification leads you to additional, you know, interlinkages among supply chain participants. So I actually think diversification and deglobalization are different things.
Yes, that's a good point. There's another question about improving the efficiency of production. Do you have any view about how that can be a factor which would obviously drive resilience by basically making things more efficiently?
Well, the whole idea of globalization and supply chain development is about efficiency. And I think now we need to realize that efficiency is a very narrow concept. It's about the cost of production per unit of output, basically. But now we have humongous costs we're not incorporating because, again, as we all know, they are not first easily measurable, and most importantly, they are not, you know, there's leakages, or maybe in the way that those costs will impact others. And this is obviously climate change, sustainability more generally, etc. So because you cannot do that, I think the idea, I mean, because the costs that are not intrinsic to production are becoming so important, I think we need to move away from the concept of efficiency. I'm sorry to say that, but because we need to enlarge it. And the cost, you know, narrow cost per unit of production is not going to answer many questions we will all have very soon. So that's why I think we need to move on. And companies are moving on. They need to have now financial statements. Now Switzerland is coming up with this humongously complex new regulations on financial statements. I mean, sustainability-based financial statements. That's how the whole concept of efficiency is going to deal with that. Just one more thing, because I know TSMC here, I'm in Taipei now, needs to fight for green energy to have nicer financial statements to the world, because they don't have enough here. So that's not about efficiency. It's about the scarce resource, which is something that we need to increase. So, you know, the whole thing is changing drastically. TSMC might go to produce to places where green energy is available just to improve the sustainability image of the company, as no matter the cost. So that's how supply chains are being reshuffled. Yeah.
Thanks, Alicia. I think we have time for one final question. I can see one about the trade-off between unemployment and diversification. What's your view on that?
Unemployment and diversification?
Unemployment and diversification, yes.
But that's assuming that where you diversify, it has, I mean, you need to make assumptions here. So for example, if I move from a high unemployment country to a low unemployment country, am I creating unemployment? Is that the argument? I don't understand very well, because you need to make arguments about the degree of unemployment in where you go as compared to where you come from. Yeah. So in principle, I don't see the relation, but I may be missing something in the question.
Yeah, I think the point is that, you know, if production is not taking place at the local level, then there may be some unemployment outcome as a result of that.
Well, but this is the idea of why, you know, we might be moving away from globalization, nationalism, you know, keeping jobs. My sense is, and there's a lot of evidence by now. Actually, there's one piece that I love because, you know, to be frank, I mean, this is Scott Kennedy. He publishes a lot of stuff with some, you know, I wouldn't say it's necessarily always like a pro-China type. Okay, let's put it this way. But he comes with a result which I also came up with for Europe, that the main reason for employment losses related to importing from China is not about China, it's about technology. I mean, and he finds exactly the same thing for the US. So my point is, I don't think we can make that argument so easily, that, you know, because you produce somewhere else, you destroy employment. I think it's more complex than that. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your great insights, Alicia, and thank you, Sweta, for your excellent comments on the presentation by Alicia. We have now come to the end of this half of the session, finished right on time. So we will now close paper 1 and move on to paper 2. Thank you very much again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So Mona Ashok is the presenter of paper 2, and she will present her work entitled "How has the COVID-19 pandemic accentuated the need for transformation in the global supply chain?" So Mona, you have 25 minutes, so please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Perfect. Welcome everybody to the presentation. John has kindly given the title, and just to make a case in point, if I look at my Bianchi bike, where does it come from? And to build on what Alicia said, this particular bike, Italian company, has a value chain coming from 5 Asian and 3 European countries, where the trade in the parts exceeds the trade in the actual bike by 15 to 25% in recent years. What I would like to cover in the brief presentation and the paper is looking at supply chain trends and the current context of what global supply chain is all about. I'll just quickly go through my research questions and methodology. I'm looking at impact of recent events, specifically covering COVID, geopolitical issues, the shipping costs, congestions, weather, and cyber attacks. Looking at the role of Asia Pacific in global supply chains and value chains, and then the findings and ending with policy recommendations for Asia Pacific. So why do we care about global supply chains? And as Dina asked, she's just hearing a lot about it. That's because in the current connected world, the global economy, wherein the final goods and services have a combination of both domestic and foreign value, where foreign value adds between a fifth and half of the total value added in across countries and sectors. Again, building on what Alicia said, and she showed evidence, and I also find similar findings, that over the past few decades, 4 or 5 decades, or even longer period, we've seen that global supply chains have become more and more important. However, they have peaked around the global financial crisis around 2008, since when we've seen that they've come under stress. But industrialization, globalization, trade policies, which have enabled different countries to come together and enable companies to exchange goods and services and value add, digital technologies, and the fundamental question that we were just discussing in the discussion there around cost differentiations and economies, which have driven organizations and governments to support global supply chains. But since 2008, we see that there has been a stress in global supply chains, and there are different factors, be it the US president, be it Brexit here in UK where I'm based, or the US-China trade war, and then obviously the pandemic. So what are global value chains, which are again used synonymously with global supply chains? Global value chains are activities which require value creation that involves more than one country. OECD data says that 70% of the world trade includes, in some form or shape, global value chains, wherein it could be the exchange of raw material, intermediary goods, services, etc. So we are talking that a fundamental share of our goods and services that we are trading across the world, 70% is coming from global value chains. World Bank data 2020 confirms that all countries are participating in global value chains, but the catch here is that they are participating in different ways. So if you look at the Asia Pacific sector here, the region here, we can conclude that they are involved in all the spectrum of global value chain, right from low participation all the way to innovative activities, with bulk of the value chain within Asia Pacific coming from the China, India, Japan area, where they are involved in more advanced manufacturing and services and innovative activities, which is more or less restricted towards Japan. I had 2 research questions that underpin my paper. The first one was to study how recent activities and events and phenomena like COVID have accelerated the need for transformation in global supply chains. The second research question was to look very specifically at the role of Asia Pacific in addressing global supply chain emergencies, and how could the region develop its own capabilities to address future disruptions. In order to do that, and the paper covers this in more detail, undertook a literature review which involved academic sources, looked at book chapters, conference proceedings, looked at policy documents, international organization research reports and consulting reports, as well as access to the up-to-date market data like statistics or Statista or World Bank data, etc. And I followed that with thematic analysis in order to generate first to look at a priori themes and then to finalize the findings, which I shall present in a couple of slides. Impact of recent events, as I said, we are looking at it from the angle of about 5 key events. So if we look at recent events in the last 3 to 4 years, this is a Gartner research, which basically shows a very disturbing trend that we've had issues with global supply chains impacted by events across the globe, be it COVID, which has impacted all of us, or geopolitical conflicts, be it the Russia-Ukraine conflict, or conflicts across the globe. We've had shipping costs and congestion issues like the Suez Canal earlier last year, or be it weather-related natural disasters, again, affecting all across the world, and then cyber attacks, which, as per the Business Continuity Institute research, 2017, there was a ransomware attack every 40 seconds globally. That has increased in intensity to every 11 seconds in 2021. So that is a real threat as more and more of us are using digital technologies to support our global supply chains. A fundamental reason why we should be worried about the disruptions appeal which impact global supply chains are that they have macroeconomic shocks. So why do we care? McKinsey report says that 80% of the global trade involves countries that have a declining political stability index as per World Bank. The Russia-Ukraine conflict by itself is likely to contract the world GDP by 1%, that is roughly $1 trillion next year. That is in addition to the 3% increase in inflation that we are seeing currently. More alarming numbers again from McKinsey, 5 of the value chains which are most exposed, and by most exposed they talk about exposure to endemics like the COVID pandemic, exposure to cyber attacks, exposure to weather, as well as to geopolitical and issues. These 5 value chains, which account for 1/4 of total goods that is traded across the world, is worth $4.4 trillion. And the fact that they are most exposed, it defines the intensity of the challenges that we face as a world. The supply chain disruptions can lead to losses equaling 42% of an organization's earnings over a period of a decade. So we're talking about fundamental impact to the bottom line for organizations. But not all sectors and all regions are impacted equally. The Economist Intelligence Unit research says that some industries like food and beverages are primarily seeing supply related issues. Some sectors, and we spoke briefly about it earlier this morning, was about automotive industry, which experienced both demand and supply chain bottlenecks. And again, we did some discussion earlier that some sectors are unable to actually change their supply chain dramatically because of existing sunk costs, which are extremely high, as well as the development of very specific niche processes and facilities, which do not allow them to simply move their suppliers, be it moving it near shore, etc. But some sectors find it harder than other sectors to change their supply chain networks. Finally, an IMF report 2022 explains the intricate relationship between shipping costs and the price increases that we are witnessing. For every 0.7% increase in, for every container freight price that doubles, so when it increases by 100%, there is a 0.7% increase in inflation. And that inflation actually peaks after a year or year and a half, and the effects are long-term. Again, the effects are not equal across the globe. Island nations and low-income countries are hit higher than the rest of the world. So these regions definitely see a larger impact because of shipping cost increase. Negative impact of the pandemic as a case and example, and looking at it both at the global GDP numbers and the Asia Pacific numbers, and comparing them with the 2008 financial crises, we see that both the pandemic and the crisis had a negative impact on GDP. But we do see that the pandemic had, I apologize, the pandemic had a larger impact on global GDP as well as regional GDPs. And to make a case in point, we see that Asia Pacific, only the South Asia region bounced back much faster than any other region in the world. So if we look at a global supply chain pressure index, which is often used by policymakers, practitioners, professionals, etc., this index looks at the container freight charges, shipping charges, as well as looks at within the purchasing manager index, the elements relevant for supply chain. We see that at 0, that index is the long-term mean, which shows that that is all right. And as we can see, the pandemic and since then, the lockdown measures in China and the conflict have increased the pressure on global supply chain significantly. As of September data, we can still see that it is 1.05, so it is still much higher than the pre-pandemic numbers, and therefore we are seeing increased cost in shipping across the world. If we look at, again, the pandemic and what sort of impact it's had on global supply chains, we have experienced increase not only in shipping costs, but also air costs. Immediately after the pandemic, we saw significant issues around container volumes not being utilized, or shipping capacity being unused across the globe. We saw that there was increased trade tensions because of supply chain issues. We had inflation, we have an impact on GDP, and nationalist directions, as I call it, has increased significantly. So if we look at on the right-hand side, we see that several countries banned or limited the export of essential food grains across the world. And that shows the stress that the pandemic had on global supply chains. Again, the 2021, we see that the shipping costs went up by 4.75 times that of 2020. And that had 30 to 40%, that correlated to 30 to 40% of inflation worldwide. However, it impacted the Asia Pacific region the most because it corresponded to 50% of the inflation in that region. So, these factors have had a huge impact in terms of our day-to-day living costs and organizations staying afloat. So the role of Asia Pacific in global supply chains. This is a Krusman and Wakefield research paper, which builds on IMF and Moody's data. And again, we've heard that from Alicia this morning. The Asia Pacific region is growing in strength in terms of not only its position globally, in terms of the global trade that it accounts for, which is between 50 and 55% as of 2020, but also within the region, they have increased trade, and that is about $3,500 US billion worth of trade within the region. We again spoke about this morning, so building on what Alicia spoke about is the fundamental stress that not only trade policy members as well as organizations and governments are seeing is the relocation of import and export globally. Shows that there are significant adjustments since the pandemic, and they tend to favor Asia Pacific. So if you look at the figure on the left-hand side, that is the OECD recent research. These are the importing countries, and these are the sources, as we can say. In terms of sources, the ones which are darker red are those who are losing out on global trade, and those that are blue are gaining from global trade. We can see that China has the lion's share in terms of increase. East Asia and Pacific are increasing as well. However, there has been a negative stress in terms of the exports from North Americas, from East Asia, and also Europe. If we look at, and this research is the figure I created based on research from several sources, including World Bank, IMF, etc., explains why the region is so important. The first point is that different countries in the region have different capabilities in Asia Pacific, be it Thailand's key exporter in automotive and agricultural goods, or Bangladesh and Cambodia known for their footwear and apparel, India and Philippines known for exporter of ICT goods and business services. What is definitely sure, and we heard that before, is that China's exports as a country by itself is the largest in the world. It stood at 3.83 trillion as of end of 2021, compared to 3.62 trillion by the US, only to be beaten by the EU bloc at 10.6 trillion US dollars. Findings, I will look at the findings and summarize them as challenges, threats, looking at what are the key opportunities and drivers, and finally ending with recommendations. So I have defined the challenges at 3 levels. At the micro level, I call them operational and capacity shocks, information shocks, and financial shocks, which are at an organizational level. The Walters and Culver research this year kind of summarizes the issues that are faced by organizations in their supply chain, be it fragmented data, the lack of communication and collaboration within their supply chains, lack of visibility of their end-to-end supply chain, the disconnect between finance and the supply chain, and rigidity within the systems that basically deter the agility of the supply chain. It's no surprise that a logistics specialist company said that only 6% of organizations globally have a full visibility of their supply chain. That shows the complexity of supply chains. And Gartner research, which says that when compared to price increase, poor supply performance is 2.6% more likely to lead to customer disloyalty. So it's not just, and we spoke about the economies and why organizations and governments tend to look for cost effectiveness at the risk of not having a very good resilient supply chain. But research shows that that is not definitely the best solution because it drives away customers. At the second level, which I call the meso level, which is at national, sectoral, or wider ecosystem, I call them supply shocks, demand shocks, regional hub capacity shocks, and the ecosystem shocks. As we already saw, some supply chains are exposed to shocks more than the others based on their geographic footprint, based on what are the raw material, based on their dependencies on other parts of the supply chain. Within the context of the demand and supply shocks, ADBI research shows that the quarantine measures, the tendency to hoard, to profiteer, and the limited workforce was a huge contribution towards the shortage of skills and raw material intermediary goods. And moving beyond that, I think the whole discussion around the global north and the global south, and also the World Bank data, which explains that different regions have different tendencies towards either global value chains or regional linkages. For example, Europe and East Asia tend to have more regional than global linkages, whereas North Americas and South Asia have more global as compared to regional linkages in terms of their value chains. At the third level, which I call the macro level, is the economic slowdown, the infrastructural concerns, and finally the trade shocks. The International Labour Organization estimates that in 2020 alone, we lost 8.8% of global working hours due to the lockdowns and quarantine measures. That is a huge amount of resources that we were unable to use. The supply chain disruptions, especially when combined with the trade issues, the trade credit, which impacts inter-firm, intergovernmental transfer of goods and supply services, that has a huge impact across industries and globe. That was an ADB research. And finally, McKinsey, which talks about that the container shipping cost is vulnerable to both the business risk, so the companies that actually are running those containers and those ships, as well as to the natural disasters and catastrophic events, which therefore lead to severe logistics issues. And McKinsey supports that through their research, both in 2019, pre-pandemic, and 2020, wherein transportation and risk-prone logistics seems to be a consistently important, vulnerable factor that is tracked by global CEOs. Now, when we look at threats due to global supply chains and why the disruptions are important, lack of investment is an issue, lack of capacity in forecasting demand and supply, and finally, organizational rigidity is a problem. A recent research by Martins et al. Look at specifically threat rigidity and the response by organizations to crises. And that talks about how organizations tend not to look to their entire networks, but they tend to go deep down internally once impacted by threats. Opportunities, as I list them, are regional cooperations, transformation of supply chains, looking at agility, competencies, building relationships, developing resilience, and looking at ethical practices is really important, and sustainability. So again, McKinsey report saying that 93% of global supply chain leaders are looking to increase supply chain resilience. Recommendations, as I'm in the last 1.5 minutes, I look at it more at a high level view rather than at an organizational view. And I think that public and private partnership, as well as intergovernmental collaboration, is going to be the key in solving our global issues with global supply chain upheavals. And looking at crisis management and risk management is going to be fundamental. So we cannot treat supply chains as another function. It has to be a more strategic function. And in my paper, I discuss Accenture's framework of how to mitigate the supply chain risks. Last few slides, which is looking at why Asia Pacific is growing in influence. And we've spoken a lot about this in the previous presentation. I will go to the important slide. Yeah, I have 30 seconds. I'm going to talk about supply chain managers are responding differently to the disruptions based on region, be it where Americas and Europe are looking at diversification and regionalization, but Asia supply chain managers are not looking at resilience equally as an important. However, they're doing much better in terms of digital capabilities. And I know I've run out of time, but I would request just to finish a couple of slides. There are factors in favor of Asia-Pacific region because it is home to 60% of the population. It has a higher proportion of working age population. It has a key access to suppliers and consumers. It is largest share in terms of e-commerce, largest share in terms of smartphone access, and it shows resilience in coming off from disasters and natural hazards over decades. And in terms of the key takeaways, I would think that building resilience, digital transformation, collaboration, having the breadth and the depth of visibility, having innovation, sustainability, agility, and ethical practices are key to building transformation. And definitely Asia-Pacific region is key because of the shifts in the way global supply chains have happened in the last few years. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mona, for a very rich presentation. Some very interesting findings there, I think, for Asia, notably in relation to the greater scope for digitalization adoption, as well as the impact of regionalization and how that has helped resilience. We're now going to have a discussion by Dr. Cornelia Staritz of the University of Vienna. After that, we will have a 10-minute Q&A. So I will pick up questions over the next 10 minutes or so. So please, Cornelia, go ahead. You have 10 minutes for your discussion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mona. I hope everyone can hear me. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Thanks a lot for this very interesting presentation, also the very interesting paper. I mean, just to shortly wrap up on the topic of the paper, I mean, you looked at recent unprecedented events and shocks and on the impact on global value chains. And as you said, you focused like on 5 of such events or shocks. So the COVID-19 pandemic, then geopolitical tensions, nationalistic policies, and most recently the Russian-Ukraine war, then third shipping costs, logistical challenges and related macroeconomic shocks, then also natural disasters, climate change, and then also cyber attacks. Yeah, so it's a wide array of important factors, and you look at the impact of global value chain. You said already you have 2 key research questions. So how do these events accentuate the need for global supply chain transformation, and also what is the specific role of Asia-Pacific region in addressing these emergencies, and also how do this region develop their capabilities? With regard, and you analyze them on 3 levels. So you identify challenges, threats and opportunities, and then also drivers and recommendations. And method-wise, you have a broad literature review where you really look at different publications from academia, professional, and consulting sources. So overall, I think it is a very valuable paper that brings together a lot of very interesting data and assessment. But my role is here to also give comments. So I tried to also, which was not that easy, to develop like some comments that can also bring the paper forward. So I have 4 key comments. So the first is that I think, as I said already, the paper gives a very good overview on these different developments. But there could be a bit more like analytical analysis. Yeah? So it's a highly relevant topic. It's a very broad literature review, bringing together these different sources. Many different changes and risks are identified, and it has been clearly shown that they have been increased on different levels. But it's still quite descriptive. Yeah? So many different data and assessments are like shown. But I think it would be important to analyze a bit more what you see as the key drivers and the key impacts, and also important contradictions, and which type of transformations take place, but which are also needed. And I think this is maybe a bit related to that there's actually limited discussion about and analysis about the central actors that actually decide how global value chains look like. Yeah? And I here talk about lead firms, so key firms that govern global value chains in different sectors, and also the role of states and state policies that you have now discussed more in your presentation, but I think it could be more discussed in the paper. Yeah? For example, the global value chain approach, I mean, I think they have 2 key analytical dimensions, and one is that they focus strongly on governance relations between firms in global value chains, and also power relations, and specifically on the role of lead firms and their strategies. And this clearly has important impacts on how global value chains look like, what is the role of different firms and locations, and also what are entry and upgrading opportunities. Yeah. So I think a little bit more after showing these great developments and these really interesting data, what are the actors that make decisions upon this, and these are very strongly lead firms, and how do they also make maybe different decisions in different sectors, different locations? And then the second point in the GBC approach, also the institutional framework is stressed, and here important also the role of state and state policies, as we discussed also in the previous paper. So is there any change to these on this policy level, yeah? And how does this impact the strategies of lead firms? Yeah? So I think this analysis could be a bit more stronger on the key actors. Yeah? And a last point here is that you also, even you mentioned that some of these developments have started earlier after the global economic and financial crisis, 2008. But how are they embedded, the recent events or also changes in these longer term events? Yeah. So is there a certain continuity with regard to policies? I would argue, yes, importantly, but there are also some changes. So I think this embedding in these longer term developments would be really interesting. Yeah. So this was my first comment. The second, and I'm also not sure if you can cover this in one paper, yeah? But you bring to the front many issues that are really relevant, but some are a bit missing. Yeah. So you discussed this in your challenges section, where you have the challenges on different levels, and also in the threats you identify, which are really interesting. But as I already said before, like political changes and the new geopolitical context and how you assess this, and to what extent this really needs to new policies. We know there are different debates, and there are also certain policies, as we heard in the last presentation, but how are they really playing out? How are they really implemented in the US, EU, China, and other countries? I think this is still open, but it can have potentially a very important impact on global value chains and also on the strategies of firms, as we also discussed before. Yeah? And clearly the impact of these policies also very much depends on how firms and lead firms react towards them. So there can be also a lot of like non-expected effects, yeah? As we saw, for example, already in the trade war and the increased tariffs between the US and China. Yeah? But I think it's also still not clear what is in the policies and how they will be implemented and how they will really shape global value chains. Another point that I think you discuss like natural shocks or natural disasters, but really the broader point on climate and other environmental crises and the related policies that might come, but also changes that firms would do in this relation could be a bit more emphasized. And you clearly discussed digital value chains and digitalization, but I think digitalization has quite a multifaceted role, yeah, in the impacts it can have. Yeah, for example, with regard to, sorry, my daughter just woke up. For example, it can lead to diversification and more globally dispersed value chain, but it could also lead to nearshoring and reshoring. Yeah, so this different type of role that digitalization can have. Yeah, and I think overall, you could engage a bit more with this debate about business as usual versus deglobalization. And clearly, I think this debate is too simplistic, because as we know, I mean, this is the big debate, but I think it's clearly somewhere in between. And global value chains are multiscalar. So you always have global, regional, and local suppliers, and you always have a regional and local dimension, even in the context of hyperglobalization. But still, what will be key transformations and how will firm strategies and policies play out? I think also in this key debate could be a bit more, you have it there, but could be a bit more brought together and say, what is your analysis on that? Yeah. And just last, I think I have limited time, is that I think the opportunities section is really interesting. Yeah? And there you point out 4 key opportunities, but it's very short. So I think this could be expanded. Yeah. So there you actually is the place where you discuss about globalization versus localization. There is where you talk about GBC resilience, but you state very different strategies. So how do you see, which strategies do you think will come about? Which are more relevant than others? We know resilience can be reached through many different strategies. Yeah? Rise in digitalization, but which type and how? And also you mentioned sustainable and ethical supply chains, but go not really into depth. What does this mean? Yeah. So I think here, this is really interesting. And also you could maybe have a stronger sector focus, because I think some things are general, but there will be sector specific differences. And specifically when you look at different lead firms, I think there will be quite some differences in different sectors. Good. these were the two, just two further quick points. The political recommendations, which is a key aim of the paper, I think could be a bit stronger. So the section General and Asia Pacific is quite short. And as you said, the recommendations focus on public-private partnership and intergovernment collaboration and proactive crisis management and also on trade facilitation. This is important. But is there a role for broader policies, specifically industrial policies that have played a role in many Asian countries? And now in this new context to ensure capability building, technology, knowledge transfer, upgrading, also environmental and labor issues. So I think there should be more debate about industrial policy and probably also trade policy in this policy recommendation section. And the last point, I think the development implications of all what you discussed is really interesting developments, and also the uneven development implications potentially could be stronger. I mean, we know that GVC integration has positive development implications, but there is clearly also a dark side. I mean, there's race to the bottom. There are discussions about thin industrialization. Is industrialization still as meaningful as it used to be, etc. And countries are integrated in different ways in GVCs, and you show this in very interesting figures, like for example, figure 1, where you show in which different activities are countries integrated. There are different types of upgrading, there are different income distribution. So these uneven development outcomes, also social environmental issues, how do they play out in the Asia Pacific region? And then also we are in a context of multiple crises. I mean, inequality is increasing on certain levels. We have the ecological crisis. So how does this require any broader policy changes in the context of socio-ecological transformation and development implications? Good, I think that's here. I have some figures on uneven outcomes in some global value chains, but I don't need to go into this. Just to conclude, I think it's a very relevant paper. It's a really useful, great overview, many great figures and data you brought together. Where I would still see a little bit improvement. What are the key drivers, central development implications? What is the role of lead firms? What are sector differences? Can you bring in more the geopolitical context? And will there be like a block building or largely business as usual, knowing that this is a more complex questions? And also, what does it mean for broader trade and industrial policies? Thanks a lot for this great paper and the presentation.
Thank you, Cornelia.
Thanks very much, Cornelia, for excellent discussion of the paper. Some great points made, which I think will certainly improve the clarity with some of the policy implications that were explained by Mona. Before we go into the Q&A by the audience, I would like to give Mona 2 or 3 minutes to respond to the numerous questions, if it's possible to do so in 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
No, absolutely. Thank you. I think on the aspects that Cornelia mentioned, where I could focus more on the lead firm roles and the state policies, I must say that because I was given a paper to cover between 8,000 and 10,000 words, I couldn't go into depth in that area, but I take the point on board. That would make the paper much more stronger. And as you mentioned rightly in your research, that lead firms in a way define how and where the supply chain is based. So they have a key role there. State policies, again, are playing a key role, and I've kind of covered it through nationalistic direction, saying that there have been more and more policies or countries like US, Brazil, China coming out of trade policies and trade agreements has changed the scenario where it's no longer an equal player. Organizations and regions are coming up with new trade agreements, and some are coming out of well-established agreements. And the change of presidency in 2016 in the US was a key factor which led to a lot of upheaval. So I will definitely cover that a bit more in detail. In terms of digitization, which is both my professional background and my research, completely take on board that I could focus a bit more in terms of, and the reason I bring in the ethical concept is not just the ethical practices in terms of supply chain, but also the digital ethical issues that I focus on in my research would definitely add value. And the final part, which is industrial policies, the income distribution, the uneven distribution of skills, of raw material, of capabilities, especially within the Asia Pacific region, that creates inequalities. But also, interestingly, and I take a more positive view in my final, that is a benefit, because that is what is a factor that helps Asia Pacific, is that they are so different and they have different capabilities, and they are lead exporters in different areas, and therefore that brings them together to synergize their capabilities, to come together to make the region a bit more stable in the current context. So yeah, that is again a point well taken, and will definitely work on all your comments.
Thank you very much, Mona. I'm just going to turn to the Q&A box now, and there are a couple of questions in there. I think two are probably closely related. The other one's probably not relevant for this session. So there's one about global value chains and whether particular sectors may be more exposed than others in the transformation of global value chains as we shift towards a more resilient scenario. So what's your view on the sector-specific vulnerabilities of GVC transformation?
Yeah, thank you. So I think one of the slides covers that, for example, the foods and beverages sector had a predominantly supply-related shock, whereas as we've seen through examples in the previous presentation, semiconductor shortages led to a endemic effect on automotive industry, and they had both a supply and demand related shock in the current context. And some organizations and sectors which are more high end, wherein they have invested significantly in terms of technology, in terms of the capabilities, in terms of the facilities, etc. It is extremely hard for those sectors to relocate to going to the global discussion around globalization versus reshoring, localization, etc. Some sectors find it extremely hard to change because of the amount of investment that has already gone in. And also it was driven by positive or more supportive trade agreements from certain organizations or from certain countries. For example, increasingly KPMG report says that increasingly the focus in South Asia is on India, and we saw evidence for that, Taiwan, Malaysia, and one more country, Vietnam. So the sector itself is changing. The focus is moving from China to some of the other countries. So yeah, that would be my short answer to the question.
Thanks a lot. I don't see any other questions in the Q&A box, but I could ask a question myself. So I think you had an interesting finding about the regionalization in Asia as being one of the factors contributing to its resilience. So yeah. I think, it's a difficult balancing act to really ingrain resilience in the global supply chain, because one would obviously think that diversification is the way to go. But what you're finding is that regionalization and a shift towards nearshoring is actually the way to go. So my question is, do you see differences depending on where an economy is positioned in the global supply chain, and whether forward or backward participation has different effects in terms of the resilience implications?
Yeah, absolutely, spot on. So as I explained, Europe and East Asian Pacific tend to have more regional ties as compared to global ties. Europe has 4 times more regional ties than global ties in that region. As compared to that, North Americas and South Asia tend to have more global ties, value chains as compared to regional. As you rightly pointed out, it is the income level of the country, their dependence on raw material, their contribution to global value chain, maybe in terms of the actual raw material. It might be the labor, the skills that they provide, it might be the intermediary goods that they provide, and therefore a combination of these factors and how dependent they are or how impacted they are by the global shipping crisis as I've explained, the low income and island countries are most impacted and have the worst inflation as compared to the rest of the globe. So a lot of these macroeconomic factors and how they are currently positioned enables these regions to reconsider their position in the global value chain and how they can either backward integrate or forward integrate and play a different role. As I said, that it's not that I'm saying globalization is doomed. That's not what I say. I say having more regional collaboration, having more of that regional focus, building on each other's strengths, especially in the Asia Pacific, will have a definitely positive impact. And we're seeing increasingly, introduction of new trade policies and agreements in that region. So that would be my answer.
Thanks very much. And I think we're more or less running out of time, but I would like to reiterate one of the points made by Cornelia about the impact of digitalization and whether it actually reinforces the reshoring that we can observe in recent months, particularly in labor-intensive industries, or whether it is more likely to contribute to greater global value chain, so outward diversification. So this would be something to consider in your revised paper, which I very much look forward to reading in due course. So with that, I think we are basically out of time. So thank you very much, Mona, and thank you very much, Cornelia, for excellent comments, for a great session. Thank you to the earlier speakers, Alicia and the discussant, Sweta Saxena.
Now, in the afternoon, we are going to have the last session of today's event. And the session is panel discussion 2, multilateral cooperation, trade, infrastructure, and logistics. It is my pleasure to invite Vice President, Finance and Risk Management, Asia Development Bank, Philippines, Ms. Roberta Casali, to be our moderator this afternoon. So first, please allow me to introduce Ms. Roberta Casali for all of you. Roberta Casali is the Executive Vice President, Finance and Risk Management at the Asia Development Bank. Ms. Casali is responsible for the overall management of the operations of the Office of Risk Management, the Controller's Department, and the Treasury Department. She has more than 30 years of executive experiences in central bank and financial sector. She held senior positions in the area of payment system at the Bank of Italy in both national and international roles. He also had significant private sector banking experiences, including more than 10 years at Lending Italia International Banking Group, Intesa Sanpaolo SPA, from 2017 to 2021. She served on several boards of listed and private companies as an independent chair and non-executive director. She has a degree in economics and business administration from La Spezia University of Rome and a master in business administration from University of Rochester, USA, and a certificate in corporate governance as an international director from INSEAD, France. So it is our pleasure to invite Vice President Robert Casali here. Now the floor is yours. VP Casali, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion on multilateral cooperation, trade, infrastructure, and logistics. Welcome, all of you from Manila. I'm very pleased to moderate this interesting session and looking forward to hearing the contribution from the amazing panel we have today with excellent speakers from academia, public and private sector, and international organizations. Let me introduce them one by one. Hamad Bayaji, Senior Analyst at the APEC Secretariat, in particular the Policy Support Unit. Prior to APEC, he was a researcher with the Center for Strategic and Policy Studies, Brunei Darussalam, working on education and social policy issues. Alan Hesmond Bollar, Professor of Pacific Region Business at Victoria University of Wellington and inaugural Chair for Pacific Region Business. Between 2002 and 2012, Alan was the governor of the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, responsible for monetary policy and bank regulation. Alan was the executive director of APEC Secretariat based in Singapore, serving from 2012 to 2018. Professor Immacolata Martinez Sarzoso, a professor at Jaume I University in Spain and chair of the Social Sciences, Economics and Law cluster of the Enlight Network at the University of Göttingen in Germany. She is a board member of the Center for Global Migration Studies and of the International Network for Economic Research. Then we have Rupa Chanda, Director of Trade, Investment and Innovation at UNESCO in Bangkok. She's on leave from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, where she has been a professor of economics for over 25 years. She has earlier worked as an economist at the IMF. And we have Wenkai Zhang, Vice President of the Export-Import Bank of China. He has significant experience in the public sector, including with international financial institutions and the Ministry of Finance of China. Wenkai also served as Vice President of the ADB and Executive Director for China at ADB. Let me say that in this section, we will highlight advancing multilateral cooperation, trade, infrastructure, and logistics, with a focus on developing Asia. We will discuss barriers and challenges first, and then we focus on solutions, policy recommendations, and lesson learned. During the panel, please, that I will moderate, please feel free to ask a question in the question and answer box. We will also have a question and answer sessions at the end. Now, let me just start saying a few words. International trade is key to economic growth and poverty reduction. Asia and the Pacific has greatly benefited from it, as the region remains committed to multilateral and regional economic cooperation. However, the global trading system is under fire from trade and geopolitical tensions. Industry disruptions are developing challenges as the supply chain sector continues to develop and become more significant. Strategies to safeguard global businesses may be developed with the use of supply chain risk management and improved multilateral cooperation. With further ado, let's start with the first round, barriers and challenge. So let's discuss about them first, and let me, Hamad, let me ask you, what are the present policies for foreign direct investment, such as in trade, infrastructures, and logistics, that support economies as they advance across the global value chain. Hamad, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kasali and all of the other panelists. Good to see you again, Dr. Bolar. It's been a while. So yeah, I guess, FDI represents an important international pathway to global value chain participation, and that's global trade, as most trades are actually trade in intermediate goods. And GVC participation does seem to attract FDI, particularly in many emerging economies. Of course, the relation is not a clear cut, since investment is also highly dependent on broader regulatory and institutional framework. So some evidence suggests that firms that are more export-oriented and involved in the FDI network will perform also better in sales, employment, and productivity. To be more specific, actually, the manufacturing sector tends to draw the bulk of FDI. As of 2019, the manufacturing sector received around half of all greenfield FDI projects, which is around $400 billion US. Outside the petroleum sector, automotives and electronics occupy the largest share. 15% of the greenfield manufacturing FDI projects flowed to automotive sector, and 13% was invested in electronics. Meanwhile, textile sector makes up around 6% of all greenfield. And these sectors also happen to be where the 5 largest GVC trades happen, excluding petroleum and mining. So FDI project does constitute a major source of employment. And at the firm level, the majority of FDIs are being carried out by MNCs, multinational enterprises, through mergers and acquisitions and greenfield investments. And these multinational enterprises also supplement their export by producing through their subsidies abroad, increasing the contribution to world trade. So this network is actually very important. And FDI involvement in the domestic production, the host economy, creates the basis of global production networks, where local firms act as suppliers and at times build strategic alliance with multinational enterprises. And also, this role of FDI in the growth of GVCs, again, highlight the importance of FDI to developing economies as they pursue export-oriented development strategies. And as such, it is important for economies to implement investment facilitation policies that attract the kind of FDIs or global value chains that are beneficial to their domestic economy and firms. And some scholars label this as GVC-sensitive policies. So I could mention several policies that will be adopted. We can look at the horizontal policies that focus on reskilling the workforce, particularly on, as we are in the digital economy is on the rise now, so it's important to have a workforce that is digitally literate. And also we need to focus on transportation infrastructure such as ports, airports, rail network, since connectivity is very important in this era of global value chain. Also, we need to invest in research and development facilities and institutions. And these are in addition to vertical engagement through investment promotion agencies that may provide certain benefits to foreign investors to attract particular desirable industries, including green industries. I think there is a study in OECD which sort of highlight how IPAs globally have been spending resources trying to attract more FDI in digital economy and digital infrastructure. For infrastructure development of physical infrastructure such as ICT or digital infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, as I mentioned earlier, are key, considering the fragmentation network of global production. So in this area, public-private partnership is getting more and more important. A significant motivation for government investment in PPPs is the assumption that PPPs deliver greater value for money than conventional delivery method. Back in 2013, during Indonesia hosting year in APEC, one of the priorities of APEC is to work together to develop government capacity to identify and generate a pipeline of bankable infrastructure projects. So basically the money is there, it's just that it's not ready for foreign investors. So the basic idea is that the governments can leverage increased private sector involvement in infrastructure by developing domestic capacity to generate pipeline of bankable infrastructure projects. And we see some of the survey that we have completed a few years ago highlight how the regional number of transport projects under the PPP model has increased in APEC from only 147 to more than 1,289 projects by 2020. And to support this, many economies have also introduced PPP centers to further promote the use of PPP model, in which 13 APEC members having at least one PPP center. And this has actually helped a lot. I don't have much time left. I guess I could say that in terms of logistics, many of the advancement in digital technology actually provide the opportunities to create high functioning physical infrastructure and robust digital connection across economies. We could mention, like smart ports and also technologies that can be applied to logistics, since now logistics is not just about the movement of goods, it's also the movement of information. So such technologies, digital technologies, can both expedite the order to delivery process and enhance regulatory and security compliance at the customs through the single window facilities, and which are an important part of modernizing the logistics infrastructure. I think I don't have much time left. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ahmad, for this first broad intervention that starts our panel in a very interesting way. You raised already many different questions that are very relevant for our region, and I will not repeat them because you gave really the broad picture, and thanks also for mentioning at the end the physical and digital infrastructure connection and relevance. So physical infrastructure and data are also relevant, as well as, but we will more hear from our panelists later, the public and private connection to leverage and develop more on this field. So now I will ask Alan, what are the factors impacting supply chain strategy, and what are the adoption approaches of APEC, which is the world's largest regional body that promotes trade, infrastructure, investment, and sustainable growth in the Asia and the Pacific, to make these supply chains more efficient and better contribute to the economic integration in the region. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Roberta, and thank you for inviting me to be here. And good evening, good night from New Zealand, everybody. What factors impact supply chain strategy? Well, it's been a very chaotic decade for many supply chain managers, and they've learned over the last decade what happens when we have floods in important areas of Thailand business parks, Fukushima earthquakes, the importance of national risks. When we had a terrible factory collapse in Bangladesh, we learnt the power of consumer groups in the textile industry. 2015, Paris COP21 started the story about emissions undertaking, and we learned about climate change risks. We're still learning about the effects of those on supply chains. 2016, change in presidency in the United States, and we very quickly started hearing about nationalist and economic populist risks to supply chains. 2019, of course, was COVID and the effects that's had on the supply chain industry, and particularly the fact that consumers reacted during that by getting out of services, but wanting a lot more consumer durables. So we've seen what happens with pandemic risks. And indeed, early this year, we started to see what happens with big economic sanctions with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And of course, that's been followed by an increasing set of focuses on security risks, geopolitical risks, most recently with the US National Security Council's technology embargoes, which are really taking that in quite a strong direction, and some Chinese response to that. So supply chain managers have really had to rethink strategies through this. The second part of my question was about what is the adoption approach in APEC? And of course, APEC, we need to remember, is it's not a hard regional organization, it's a soft regional organization that does things by discussion and by persuasion. It's not a legally binding organization. But APEC has had a long experience of the supply chain industries in the Asia Pacific. In fact, in one way, supply chains are a child of APEC, or maybe APEC is a child of supply chain development in Factory Asia. But for the more than last decade, APEC's really focused on this. So we had supply chain connectivity action plans in place from the late 1990s. They were really focused on reducing cross-border transactions costs for supply chains. Things like authorized economic operators, single customs windows, various ways of getting customs groups together to harmonize processes. They were focusing on increasing trade and the logistical sector particularly, and perhaps more recently in identifying choke points as businesses operated supply chains across borders. And this could be all about clearance systems, documentation, harmonization, more infrastructure for logistics, multimodal connectivity questions, how ports operate, how airports operate, transit arrangements, getting regulations and standards together for as much of the region as possible. More recently, the big focus on electronic commerce that really Ahmed has just been talking about has led to a focus on digitalization and ICT infrastructure across the region. And actually, I would add in not just, Ahmed mentioned technology and goods and infrastructure, but also capital moving across borders. And in fact, a lot of what the financial sector has done really relates to supply chains as well. So we've seen things like the financial sector setting up systems for tracking corruption, tracking anti-money laundering, tracking sanctions, and using new technologies like blockchain to do that. And those technologies are now coming into more broad use across the goods industries as well. Last year, New Zealand hosted APEC, ended up with leaders agreeing to the Aotearoa Action Plan. That's got a big focus on supply chain resilience and on digital transformation, the digital divide, infrastructure issues for digital matters. But the APEC experience of trying to harmonize in the digital field has been quite a difficult one. There's not just one working group in APEC on digital matters, there's a number. And in addition, countries like Singapore and New Zealand have felt the pressure to set up outside APEC, but with APEC economies, things like the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, to try and get this moving, because some of the big powers have got some very strong views on digital platforms and standardization. And a lot of the other economies are interested in moving this forward, not getting agreement to one system or another, but getting some way that small businesses, small and medium businesses in the whole region can take advantage of the pressures that are there. We're seeing this moving, perhaps unfortunately, into the geopolitical field as well. So the US announcement of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework has got a big supply chain focus. We had Janet Yellen, the US Secretary of Treasury, recently talking about friend shoring. We can talk about what that might mean. And quite interestingly, the Singapore Minister of Foreign Affairs recently coming out and saying, could we have a non-aligned movement for supply chains? Something for us to think about during this panel. Thanks.
Thanks a lot for introducing this, let me say, you said harmonized approach, holistic approach with many different stakeholders involved and with an important role played by a body such as APEC. Very interesting indeed. We can now move to Immacolata with the question for you, moving to something about sustainability and trade agreement. So how can the environmental provisions in trade agreements and international technology transfer lessen the impacts of global supply risk and achieve a sustainable global value chain?
Thank you very much, Roberta, for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here today and to participate in this panel. As you all know, in the 21st century, free trade agreements increasingly included provisions that tackle aspects different from purely trade issues. Among them, environmental provisions are included, and those provisions can be covered by a full chapter in the agreements. And the intention is to establish environmental standards and to ensure that countries strive to improve and enforce their environmental legislations. This is very, very important because we all know that we are in this age of climate change and increasing frequency of natural disasters, and therefore this is one of the mentioned risks before by Roberta. And the scientific community and the empirical literature has shown that both agreements between, let's say, North and South countries or rich and developing countries, as well as between South and South countries, include environmental provisions. And this has been shown not only to be a diffusion process in which developing countries simply imitate or copy the blueprints established by North countries, and also let's say are forced in some cases to follow the path, but also more and more also agreements between developing countries include those provisions, and it has been shown that they tend to improve environmental quality, and therefore they should help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the medium term, and thus lessen the global supply risk that come from environmental risks, such the increasing, as I said before, frequency and disasters, and the increasing of average temperatures and precipitation and the like. So in this regard, in South Asia and Pacific countries, there are 185 free trade agreements that have been signed and are in effect. And 12 of them are blocks, so that means many countries participate in those. One of the most recent is a regional comprehensive economic partnership, and together with the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement on Trans-Pacific Partnership, they are supposed to fortify the region's supply chains. And those are two mega regional trade agreements, but only the second includes environmental provisions, but not the first. And this will be in the, this will be beneficial for all of them if also other agreements tend to include those provisions. Concerning the second question, the importance importance of technology transfers in the framework of trade agreements, countries signing free trade agreements with a strict intellectual property right chapters tend to share more technology in the form of, for example, technology licensing, and this has been shown also by the empirical literature, for example, by Ana Santa Creu in the Federal Reserve of St. Louis, and developing countries benefit from higher return to innovation at home when they include also these chapters about intellectual property, and also from lower trade costs accruing welfare gains in the short and in the long run. So therefore, increasing trade is also favored by FTAs and also facilitates technology transfer, and agreements including those provisions tend to facilitate more trade in products that are technology intensive. And this is in the benefit of developing and also Asian and Pacific countries and also more developed countries. And finally, also many of the agreements in the Asian Pacific region include both intellectual property right clauses and also some of them that have to do with technology transfer. So to summarize, I think it's very, very important that the new free trade agreements should be deep and comprehensive trade agreements, because this will cover not only trade issues, but also other non-trade aspects that are highly relevant nowadays, among them so those environmental provisions that can be very diverse and can be more than 50 in a single trade agreement, as well as technology provisions that should increasingly facilitate technology transfer and also facilitate innovation in developing countries in the Asian region. So I think I will close here. It's almost my time is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution. Again, international trade, regional cooperation, international cooperation are key to grow and development of certainly countries and people in the area and in the world. And you mentioned and unlight very well the major issues here. Rupa, in integrating services in South Asia and such as trade, investment, mobility, and globalization of services, what could be the opportunities and hurdles in this implementation? Can you elaborate on this,
yes,
please?
Yes, thank you very much. And thanks to the organizers for giving this opportunity to share some thoughts. So let me just give a little bit of context why it's important to consider services integration in South Asia. We know that South Asia is amongst the least integrated regions in the world. Intra-regional trade is only like 5% of total trade compared to, say, over 25% in ASEAN. And there have been a lot of barriers to integration, including infrastructural deficits, connectivity issues, lack of trade facilitation, poor supply capacity, and most importantly, lack of political will and differences amongst countries, which has really stymied progress in integration. But there is a huge opportunity to diversify and get into new areas of trade, and services is really one of those. As well as, the digitalization and post-pandemic developments give new opportunities in services. This is also a sector where there's a lot of private sector involvement, which gives some sort of scope for actually leveraging these private initiatives. So just to say briefly why services are important. One is because services constitute a large part of GDP in most of the countries in this region. And they've also grown in importance in trade and investment flows. Some sectors are quite competitive in certain countries of the region. So this is a possibility for giving momentum to regional cooperation efforts. In fact, I think that more than focusing on goods, focusing on some of the low-hanging services might actually give the boost that you need, because you'll see more demonstrable outcomes.
The second part, as I said, with the post-pandemic opportunities, especially in digital services trade, health services, digital FDI, and the many potential development benefits that can come with it, I think this is another very important opportunity area to look at services integration. And there's also scope to put a lot of services value added into manufacturing exports. So as these countries look to integrate into value chains, services provide a very good opportunity to be indirectly exported through manufacturing, including things like textiles, for instance, which is a very important export area. And third, services integration needs capital as well as labor flows. So this kind of would force a deeper sort of integration. And there are opportunities here, especially if you look at the investment front. Mobility is a bit more sensitive in the region, but it's possible within the sub-regional part of South Asia. But in investment case, all the countries require a lot of investments, and you actually have outward investor countries within this region. For instance, if you look at India, where many of its companies are doing outward FDI, including in the neighboring countries in sectors like energy, transport, ICT, etc. So this provides huge opportunities for receiving inward FDI for the other countries, especially the LDCs or the graduating LDCs in the region. And accompanying that would be new opportunities in trade. Now, of course, there are many challenges, but let me just highlight a little bit more on where some of these opportunities would be. I'm sorry for the background noise because there's elections going on in India and they're campaigning. So let me just highlight some specific areas. I think health is an excellent area to look at. Trade in health services within the region can really bring countries together. The private sector is more involved in the healthcare sector. We don't have as much government spending in health services. While you might see this that the governments give lower priority in their budgets to the healthcare sector, but the opportunities that exist because the private sector is there and with digitalization and emerging technologies, I think this is an excellent area. Now, one segment within trade and health services is, for instance, FDI in cross-border investment in hospitals. This is already happening, and it's quite liberal within the region because most of the countries do actually want to attract foreign direct investment in hospitals. And you do have Indian hospitals, for instance, which have set up in some of the countries. There are lots of incentives being given by the countries also in this segment. So here's a possibility. We have already existing evidence on this, and it is working well. Another promising segment would be medical tourism. This is also already happening, but it could be deepened further. And you actually have a South Asian market where you have medical value travelers coming from Afghanistan, Nepal, Maldives, Bangladesh to in Indian hospitals largely, but also to Sri Lankan hospitals, for instance. There's scope for telemedicine exports. And a lot of the digital infrastructure that's been built up during this time could actually ideally be leveraged. In fact, I was talking to the WHO office in Southeast Asia, which is based in Delhi, and they were saying that this digital infrastructure can provide cross-border telemedicine exports, for instance, from India to neighboring countries like Nepal and Bhutan. So really, we need to be much more innovative and creative in the way we look at trade and services and the opportunities. Other segments, for instance, in health are medical education and exchange, testing of medical devices, clinical trials, and so on. So I think the opportunities are huge. It's really a matter of political will, initiative, and private sector enterprise that is, in my view, going to drive this. There's also the large South Asian diaspora in the health sector that creates a lot of opportunities for transfer and sharing of knowledge and expertise, investment in healthcare infrastructure, management of public health systems, and collaborative R&D in areas of common interest, because there are a lot of common diseases and things in the region. COVID-19, as I said, has really opened up new opportunities, especially in the digital area. And for instance, you have, apart from the need to keep markets open for trade in medicines, healthcare equipment, and other essentials, the countries can actually collaborate by pooling resources and sharing good practices in digital technologies to improve public health infrastructure and efficiency. They can have online disease surveillance systems. In fact, this has been mentioned as well, and telemedicine, as I mentioned earlier. Exchange of information and data in real time. All of these issues have actually been discussed. There are proposals also amongst the countries to actually leverage the experience of India in particular with digital health. So the point really is to highlight that there are these opportunities which will bring you longer term benefits also, because they will strengthen regional institutions. They'll help improve regional infrastructure and connectivity, and promote along with that trade, investment, and mobility and data flows as well. Of course, what the challenges? Visa and mobility issues are there. This is a single big challenge because of the fears of security, especially amongst countries and informal workers moving across borders. Mutual recognition of qualifications. This is also something that the countries really need to look at. In the case of health insurance portability, and then a lot of need for regulatory cooperation on standards and accreditation mechanisms. So these are difficult. These require a lot of deepening of regional integration processes. But I think given that there's already evidence on the ground that private sector enterprises are there is interest on the part of governments, it's really now for the governments to come together and push some of this. And private sector will do a lot of this on its own. It doesn't always require government incentives or government effort. I'll give another example, which is tourism, because the countries have a lot of commonalities in terms of history, culture, language, and many of them were together as one big country, and then they were, separated. Now, there are, again, segments. There's sports and recreational tourism, adventure and ecotourism, religious cultural tourism, and so on. I can go on and on mentioning many of these opportunities, but again, infrastructure connectivity, despite intentions to improve rail, road, air connectivity, some of the countries are just not well connected at all. And again, visa is another issue. So I think this is really the stumbling block that we have within the region. How much time do I have? That's it. Okay, so basically, I think what I'm trying to say is we don't need to be despondent about regional integration. Services provide a good opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your first round contribution. You will have more time at the second round to add something. Thank you for having mentioned the COVID-19 effects and the services with the two examples, more important example of health and tourism. Now, last but not least, for this round, let me ask Wenkai a question related to the role of international organizations. And Wenkai, in addressing the large development needs of the region, there is a big call for collective action by countries, by private sector, as was said already. Multilateral and bilateral development institutions and regional and international cooperation platforms securing the country's global supply chain is definitely critical. We all know this. But what could be the roles of the financial institutions in making cooperation on concrete projects a reality, and its potential challenges, since we are in this section framing the challenges as well? Please.
Thank you, Vice President. I'm very pleased to join you for this event, given my strong long-term association with the ADBI and the ADB before. So I think certainly, a financial sector can play a very important role to make the cooperation a reality. So to secure the regional global supply chains, given the challenging we all know these days, all right, and the risk and challenging we face. So I think first, I think the financial sector certainly can increase the credit supply to address the break point and the blockage in supply chains. More input of the credit resources from the financial institutions can better meet the client's needs for short-term liquidity need support, which help companies on the supply chain cope with difficulties caused by short-term financing. Moreover, more medium and long-term financing, right, fundings target at the development of the infrastructure and other related industries can provide long-term stable capital with moderate costs for the security of industrial and supply chains. In addition, financial institutions can also play a role in mobilizing private capital, as the colleagues also mentioned about that, to make it more specific I think they can issue bonds in the capital market and pool decentralize the private capital together. In this way, they can better leverage intermediate role in supporting the stable and smooth operations of supply chain. Second, certainly financial sector can facilitate the transfer and sharing of technology and knowledge. New technology and methods adopted in project construction can help us ensure high quality completion of the project and their development efficiency. Delivering the support for infrastructure and industrial project, a financial institution can encourage the use of more technology and knowledge and adopt advanced international standards, which will improve the quality of project implementation and ensure enhanced capacity of relevant regions and countries for long-term sustainable development. Third, I think the financial sector can support development of digital infrastructure, the application of new technology, such as the Internet of Things, cloud computing, blockchain has significantly enhanced the efficiency of the data integration, transmission, and analysis, and made global supply chains are digitalized. Financial institutions should follow this trend on the one hand by upgrading, fintech level and improving service quality and efficiency. On the other hand, they should also strengthen the support for the construction of digital infrastructure in fields of the 5G or even 6G, or we're talking about AI, industrial, internet, as well as the digitalization of the custom clearance and building of facilitation facilities. Fourth, I think the financial sector should, can help address the issue of debt sustainability. At present, countries face with undiversifying economic structures, small size of supply chains, weak electricity, and implement supporting system are often faced with heavy debt burdens. As a creditor, financial institutions should strengthen coordination and communications with with other creditors to explore ways for the debt treatment for the countries concerned. Meanwhile, on the premise of the debt stability and risk control, the financial institutions also should provide new financing for the relevant sectors and projects in relevant countries. As for the challenges they face for the promoting cooperation, I think the first one is the lack of enough cooperation and coordination among the countries and among the financial institutions. Country and region have different conditions in terms of the economic development, financial openness, law, regulations, industrial policies, and the business environment. A unifying transnational credit system has not yet been established, which objectively limits the regional and global cooperations of financial institutions. Financial institutions also differ in risk preference, business priorities, and financing terms, which makes our cooperation among them even more difficult. A second challenge is high project risk. I think colleagues also mentioned logistic infrastructure, such as road, railway, port, airport, right, is a basic physical carrier of supply chain operation. However, such infrastructure projects feature long construction cycle, large investment at early stage, and low capital recovery. Sometimes the return rate of such a project can hardly cover the capital costs, and the financial stability is certainly an issue for the project. As a result, commercial banks and other private capital hesitate to participate in such kind of project financing. In addition, cross-border infrastructure projects also face potential challenges, including high country risk, a straight exchange rate control, high exchange rate risk, and lack of sound policies and business environment, which may also hinder the commercial financial institutions and the private capital's operations. The third challenge is limited debt carrying capacity. Developing countries generally face a large financial gap for development, and these countries have limited capacity to mobilize domestic resources, and therefore they rely heavily on the external borrowing, leading to the green debt burden as the developed countries began raising their interest rate in response to the high inflation. The debt vulnerability of developing countries, especially the least developed country, right? They continue to rise. Inconsistency between the financing needs and debt carrying capacity, limited space for the financial institutions to arrange refinancing for the project host countries, and also forms a challenge to long-term sustainable development host countries. Since my time is already there, so I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Wenkai. Thank you very much. It's to have introduced finance as key in our reasoning. And we move now to the second. I'm very strict to the time, so we now move to our second round of questions, and we have to frame solutions, policy recommendations, and lesson learned. Just a few words from me against the backdrop of the challenges that we have listened from you. It's definitely important a coordinated effort by all stakeholders in the trading system, including governments, businesses, as well as local communities, to work together on making it more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. Each will have their own approaches and tools at their disposal, and they should work closely with each other to maximize the effectiveness. ADB President Massa urged the Asia-Pacific region from the early days of the COVID-19 to double its efforts for wider, deeper, and more open regional cooperation and integration, not only in trade and investment, but also in the areas of climate change, regional public health, and not only among governments, but also with other stakeholders that operates across borders, as well as local communities that are so important. We now would like to ask and hear from our panelists their view on how they see the lessons being learned from the past, and what recommendations are being put forward to decision makers on what solutions are being pursued by relevant stakeholders to enhance and promote the multilateral and regional trade regimes, especially how the whole of economy approach is being considered. I will start again with Hamad, with a question to you, Hamad. What policy instruments can an Asia government use to support the multilateral cooperation to mitigate the environmental and economic uncertainties in its country? So, what the policy instrument for the Asian government in its own country to mitigate the uncertainties? The floor is yours, Ahmad.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with your statement that open regional cooperation is very important. And I guess let's look back at, I'll talk about the uncertainties first. If we look at the last decades, we have the 2008 global financial crisis and the 2020. And I think a recent IMF paper actually mentioned that initially the 2008 crisis was estimated only to cost less than $200 billion and end up costing globally several trillion dollars. So it's sort of, so basically the basic question is, does globalization actually enhance resilience? A different thing happens for the COVID. So if we look back when the COVID started, many International Organization mentioned that world production and trade is highly vulnerable. If let's say one country is hit, it could break the entire production chain. Even emphasizing supply chain disruption, the WTO and several other groups warned that the pandemic would lead to a collapse in trade. And actually, what happened is rather different. I'm sure there are some may not agree with me probably, but yeah, trade rebounded quickly in most regions, even as the pandemic raged on, even in Asia, where complex value chains are common. And also, I think part of it is supported by the massive government fiscal stimulus that maintain the demand for trade at bay. And even I think the earlier speakers have also mentioned how important trade is for resiliency. And also the global, I mentioned the global value chain is operating in a network, and this network not only deliver goods, they deliver knowledge, they deliver trust, and also many other hidden strengths that actually may help country to recover faster due to the crisis. If you remember, in 2021, WTO issued a report on economic resiliency. And I think it also emphasized how trade is a valuable resource to sort of make globalization more resilient. And I think several policies that that economies can pursue. First is to invest in trade facilitation reforms and facilities to resolve supply bottlenecks. So policy reform to lower trade costs is important. Dr. Bolat mentioned the SCFAP in APEC, which the goal is to reduce trade costs. We also have the WTO trade facilitation agreement. Economies should continue implementing that agreement to further streamlining trade processes, clearance requirements, providing improved access to transport infrastructure. We also need to strengthen policy coordination and regional cooperation when adopting economic resiliency policies. Policies that aim to increase economic resilience by reshoring production, promoting self-sufficiency, and unwinding trade integration can actually yield the opposite effect. The earlier speaker mentioned about the U.S. executive order on strengthening supply chain security, which targeted very specific sectors. So, I mean, I sort of remember when I studied the World Bank East Asian Miracle and also the financial crisis, where industrial policy is being frowned upon by many, but it seems it's sort of emerging in a new form. At least that's my opinion. So again, it's very important to strengthen policy coordination and also to work together and to keep an open regional policy. Second, on environment, actually, APEC leaders in Bangkok has recently endorsed the Bangkok goals on bio, circular, and green economy, short the BCG. So the BCG economy model integrates three economic approaches where technology and innovation are used to create value, reduce waste, advance resource efficiency, and promote sustainable business models. One of the items under this declaration is advancing concrete initiative on responsible business conduct, environment, social, and governance, ESG industry practices. So I think everyone agrees that environment is important. And I guess the next question is, how do we initiate change? I think it's important to integrate BCG to supply chain practices. I would argue that supply chain resilience and supply chain sustainability are the same, actually. It's just the two sides of the same coin. A resilient supply chain might be more likely to go green. So having a resilient supply chain means you can also be more sustainable. And supply chain can only be as strong as its weakest link, especially if we talk about global supply chain. And this is very important to look at the role of the lead firm, the MNCs, because they have the capacity, they have the resources, they have the technology to sort of lead their suppliers to follow certain environmental standards. I have very limited time, but yeah, let's say in APEC we have the AGILAT, the experts on illegal logging, which tries to encourage members to to only trade legal products. But actually, if we look at the, for example, like IKEA, if IKEA have their own standards, and actually it has managed to sort of encourage and quote unquote force their suppliers to follow the standards, environmental standards better than governments. I will cite last one point. So in a survey, 31% of companies mention regulatory pressures and compliance as a primary driver of their company's efforts. And the legal and political institution under which firms operate globally and locally will have strong influence on their respective Buddhist agenda with potential implications throughout the supply chain. But this can only happen if the lead firms of the supply chain can help to sort of educate and support their suppliers to follow sustainable practices. That will be an enormous will have an enormous impact. You know, Apple have 200 suppliers across many economies. If they sort of set the standards, and that will obviously give more incentives. You know, in economics we always talk about incentives, and this kind of incentives, in addition to the domestic regulations, can be complementary. Sorry, I've taken too much time. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. Let me say, especially, I mean, all your contribution points, but what you recall at the end about the importance, the relevant role of the businesses, especially the big one, with all their chain of suppliers, means that in many cases those suppliers, we all know, are very small, and they are forced towards the application and implementation of sustainability and sustainable practices. So this stress, again, the responsibility of the big businesses and the sector, and within the sector, the responsibility of the whole players. Alan, since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, Asia's focus on supply chains and more specifically the disruption of supply chains has never been more intense. What are the lessons learned from redesigning a supply chain and logistic network, considering geopolitical, technological, demographic, urbanization trends in the global supply chain, and how can they be improved? The floor is yours. We cannot hear you.
Thanks, Roberta. So that's a question about lessons learned, and I'd like to get what businesses are doing and what governments are doing. And I mean, in businesses—
Can you speak a little bit louder or closer to the mic?
Sure. So talking about what businesses are doing, logistics managers are really focused much more on broader risk management processes. They're moving inventory management from just-in-time to just-in-case. And there's some decisions being taken by big vertically integrated companies to take component production in-house rather than have it out through supply chains. Those companies that are involved in supply chains are tracking through where their components are coming from. And in some cases, they're looking at relocating to what they see as safe production sites, or what that we're calling nearshoring, or even relocating to homelands, in the case of China and the United States. Now, these are being driven by political issues as well as economic issues, and that does mean that business location is starting to be based on something of a different pattern in the region. When we look at governments, Ahmed has talked about what governments should do. I'd like to talk about what I actually see happening, which is industry policies in many countries have been focused on improving efficiency in the past, but more and more we're seeing quite competition policies really trying to enhance the benefits in one country compared to another. I'm talking about particularly the bigger economies in the region. And now I think that's moved in some cases to another level, which is more security policy rather than economic policy. It's focused on economic containment of other economies, talking particularly US, China in this case. And that's something for us really to be quite concerned about. What lessons have we learned from all of this? Well, half a dozen that I can think of. Businesses are facing much tougher trade-offs between production costs and production resilience. They're having to think about this all the time. I think we're seeing the growth of urban middle-class consumers who are increasingly interested and increasingly powerful about where their production comes from. And they've got views about labor rights, environmental conditions, human rights, even animal rights, which are now being taken into account by some of the big production company networks. We're seeing since COVID quite a focus in particularly some of the Western countries on improving national infrastructure that's often driven by concerns about resilience and robustness, as Professor Baldwin talked about yesterday. Of course, climate change is becoming more and more evident, and so we're seeing quite a big focus on what climate risks might do to supply chains and what regulators might do to improve mitigation and what consumers might demand in terms of their spending patterns as well. We're seeing technological developments which have driven huge improvements and things like blockchain still to come through, but we're identifying technological vulnerabilities. In World War II, there was a big focus by economists looking at input-output models to work out how to close down economies rather than how to stimulate economies. And we're seeing some of that again. Now, I mean, just an obvious example on this is rare earth production, particularly for lithium batteries. At the one end, at the China end, and at the US end, a big focus on protecting and developing high-end chips, which of course are mainly produced in Taiwan in the region. So we're seeing national geopolitics supplanting economic drivers as the big drivers of where supply chains are in all of this. Just to end on a more positive note, we've just had the summits in the Southeast Asia, the APEC summit in Thailand, East Asia summit in Cambodia, the G20 summit in Indonesia, and perhaps surprisingly, they've all managed to get some form of agreement amongst the leaders about the ways forward. And I guess from this, we could hope that we might be seeing something of a bottoming out in the big disagreements and geopolitical issues, particularly between the larger powers, and realizing that it's hard to disengage. We can't and shouldn't want to go back to a Cold War disengagement between big trading blocs, and I don't actually think we can. And again, I would take seriously the advice offered by Singapore about thinking about how in the Cold War, the non-aligned movement came in to say, we've got certain demands and requirements as well, and how can we promote those and help bring really arrangements between the bigger powers as a result of that. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Alan. You made a very interesting excursus, starting from the new trade-offs that business face with, so not only on cost, but resilience. And we went from the previous contribution by Hamad on the role of business and The fact that you mention the risks, the climate change, but even biodiversity and the respect of nature that are new issues very relevant in which regulators take an important role and answering consumers' needs and really the fact that leadership and strong vision, a holistic vision from all the different stakeholders is what you are bringing to our attention, you all are bringing to our attention. It's relevant. And more international trade cooperation leadership agreements are key and signal the development of this period that we are living, that is not only economic, from an economic perspective, but very much related to our political and social life. Immacolata, what's the effect of development aid on international trade, and how could it be implemented well?
Thank you very much. As you know, an important part of development aid is directed to trade facilitation, and the so-called Aid for Trade was already initiated and launched in 2005 at the Hong Kong Ministerial Conference and intended to help developing countries to overcome a wide range of supply side and trade-related infrastructure obstacles, which in general constrain their ability to trade. We have here before already the importance of infrastructure, not only hard infrastructure, but also soft infrastructure, and the importance of digitalization, blockchain, and single windows in trade. Therefore, Aid for Trade can play a very important role to address trade-related constraints of developing countries and also of APEC developing countries. And we know that a high disbursement value, around $45 billion, was recorded in 2020, despite the uncertainties caused by the budgetary constraints linked to the pandemic. And almost half of the Aid for Trade commitments made in 2020 include climate-related objectives. And this is something that is now the trend, which is online with the sustainability movement and the Sustainable Development Goals. And almost 40% has been allocated for least developed countries. According to research, what has been shown is that Aid for Trade disbursements promote exports of goods and services, and this sometimes is more for the upper quartiles of the distribution of exports. That means that countries have to export a lot of some goods or services in order to benefit from this aid. Therefore, exports so countries that export more volume or firms are those that benefit the most, and this should not be the case, because of course medium and small enterprises are also very important players in many developing countries. If we consider what type of aid for trade is more effective, empirical evidence shows that aid used to build productive capacity is associated to higher exports for all exporters, and the same happens to be with aid to build in infrastructure. So therefore, infrastructure, both hard and soft infrastructure, benefits a lot from developing aid. Aid for Trade policy for general budget support, so that means the one that is untargeted. This is not in general associated to greater export levels, and therefore it's better that aid is directed specifically to some uses, and that donors target already aid and they consider specific projects. So those studies have been done sometimes for country at the country level, some others at the sectoral level, and some others at the project level. And more donors also worried about the evaluation of their projects. And in all those cases, the findings either for aggregated cross-country evaluations or for sectoral and program evaluations, all find that aid for trade is beneficial. And as I said, mostly for aid for infrastructure and also for capacity building. Concerning APEC, some studies also show that aid for trade policies and regulations, and specifically for administrative management, were strongly associated with greater trade in South Asia. And particularly, this was the case in transition economies like Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam. And there is also the importance of emerging donors, not only OECD traditional development aid committee donors, but also the BRICS are now disbursing a lot of aid for trade and for other aspects. And the challenges are mainly how aid could be redirected to the best uses and how to avoid fragmentation in giving aid. And this will surely improve to aid effectiveness, and for this coordination between donors is needed, and also coordination between aid agencies and also the countries where aid is disbursed. There is insufficient donor coordination also between headquarters and field level staff, and this is today still a problem. And also sometimes it will be desirable to realign aid for trade priorities, and then to specify those priorities at a more central level, and maybe donors should redirect aid through international agencies that in general coordinate more their aid disbursement. Of course, some countries also have mainstream trade in the national development plans, and these accompanying plans are also a requirement in developing countries for aid to be effective. And just to summarize the opportunities, aid for trade is effective, but it requires a supportive investment. So that means it has to be scaled. And some studies from the OECD show that for each $1 of aid for trade, $8 of exports can be achieved. And aid for trade can also promote regional and global value chains. Indeed, aid or trade in parts and components increases more even than trade in final goods. And finally, improving in country management system can also contribute to aid for trade effectiveness, but evaluation could be improved. And complementary policies are essential. So it has to be complemented with policies for job creation, education, and of course, environmental protection. So I think my time is over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Immaculata, for highlighting this important aid for trade achievements and engagement. Rupa, what are the lessons that Asian nations may apply to promoting global value chain involvement, and how can foreign direct investment inflows have a significant impact on global value chain participation?
Okay, so, before coming to the lessons that we have from the recent shocks, in general, if you look at the literature, the factors that determine GVC participation are quite a wide range of determinants. So for instance, market access in terms of access to intermediates, trade costs, forward-backward linkages, investment in infrastructure, connectivity. So many factors play an important role. Regional integration and the role of trade agreements can also play a very important role. So in terms of the range of policies, both industrial and trade policies, investment policies, ranging from trade facilitation measures at the border, behind the border, infrastructure investments, MSME-related policies like on skilling, capacity upgradation, technology, access to finances. Really, a range of issues are important to look at, and these do not change. They might be conditioned by the income level of the country or the kind of trade and production basket that they have, other natural factors in terms of geography, location, etc. But Still, regardless of what the pandemic has illustrated to us, I think it's important to recognize that depending on where the country is in terms of its existing level of participation, these policies, this range of trade and industrial policies remains relevant. Now, coming to the Asia Pacific region more specifically, because we have to see how the region is placed today in terms of GVC participation. And there, what one finds basically is in the final goods exports. That's where you have larger presence, but this is primarily dominated by China. But in the intermediate goods segment, you have a bigger range of players, but that too is concentrated among about 10 countries. So it's not yet penetrated very widely. So there is much more scope to bring in more Asia Pacific players into GVCs. So that's the first point to recognize. And that means also that for different countries, there will be different sorts of policies that would be relevant because they are at different stages, as I mentioned. So for low-income countries, for instance, infrastructure investment to improve connectivity would be the key to entering GVCs, especially transport connectivity and efficiency of logistics systems, as well as ICT, because increasingly we are seeing the role of digitalization in trade and the e-commerce opportunities that are growing post the pandemic, especially for many MSME startups, entrepreneurs, and so on. These can enhance the opportunities of low-income Asia-Pacific economies to export through GVCs, especially to high-income markets. Now, if you look at lower middle-income economies in Asia-Pacific, trade facilitation measures and broader trade and investment reforms would probably be key to their integration into GVCs. For the upper middle-income countries, which are more integrated already, investment in technologies and enhancing market integration to enable upgrading processes within a value chain might be more important. So if countries are already better connected into GVCs, it's the position that they currently have within GVCs and the need to diversify, both in terms of more technology intensive segments moving into higher value activities, or moving vertically along the value chain, or diversifying their production base. These become the relevant strategies. So according to the strategy, the policy would differ. But as I said, the broad umbrella of policies is quite vast when we're talking of GVC participation. So the requirements really vary quite a bit across countries. And what's important here is that GVCs are really an opportunity for countries in the Asia Pacific to diversify and fast track their growth. This is quite evident from a lot of the literature. Governments have to have a much longer term vision of GVCs though, because this is a dynamic process and specialization and comparative strengths will keep evolving. They will require policy adjustments along the way. Another important thing to consider, and others have talked about it, which is regional integration processes and how these could facilitate GVC participation. In fact, this can go both ways. GVC participation can enhance the need for regional integration and getting into agreements, but it also works the other way around. And an open regionalism sort of approach would definitely be beneficial for increased GVC participation. And there's some evidence actually to show that having RTAs, especially with high income partner countries, can help GVC-related exports for both intermediate and final products to partners. So an RTA strategy would be worth mentioning. Now, coming to your FDI inflows question, of course, when we look at GVC participation, a large part of trade and FDI today are so closely interlinked. And when GVC participation happens, it happens in multiple ways. You could have outsourcing to independent suppliers, you could have firms doing intra-firm trade, but a large part of it is also MNCs, diversifying their production across different locations. So that's vertical FDI that happens along with GVC participation. And for the Asia Pacific region, this link is very important because this is a very key recipient of inward FDI flows, which is linked to export-oriented FDI, export-oriented investments. So it's efficiency-seeking investments locating in these different countries, which then is geared for exports. Sometimes it's also the domestic market, which is quite large in many of these countries, which the FDI is catering to. So definitely FDI would facilitate greater GVC participation. And we're already seeing a bit of that. As you know, the China Plus One strategy is coming into play for some of the companies. We've seen some big MNCs move into some alternate countries, so you have Vietnam, you have India, where, Apple, Foxconn, they are diversifying their outsourcing to other regions and trying to manufacture in others. Nobody gives the scale of China as of now, but I think we'll see more of this. So overall, I would say the Asia Pacific region really has a lot of untapped opportunities for GVC participation. The determinants vary, the policies vary. If I just highlight 5 things, increased focus. Okay, sorry. Okay, I because I can't see the clock in my screen. That's the problem.
The clock.
I can't see it.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm so sorry.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
That's your problem.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
We have time.
Sure, no problem. No problem.
I thank you anyway. Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. Wen Kai, as one of the major policy banks in the People's Republic of China to implement the state policies in industry, foreign trade, economy, and provide policy financial support so as to promote the export of Chinese products and services. What strategies are planned or taken by the Export-Import Bank of China for a resilient supply chain, especially with a special focus on multilateral cooperation as we are talking today? Please. And this is our last contribution, and then we will move to the question and answer. The floor is yours. Oh, you are on mute. Wen Kai, you are on mute.
Sorry. Okay, so as a policy bank for the supporting China's foreign trade, investment, and international economic cooperation, China Exim Bank has done a lot for the helping building the resilient supply chain, both in China and many other countries around the world. First, we have increased our credit allocation to foreign trade. We have continued to increase our credit supply to the foreign trade sector, with loans disbursed to the sector growing at a faster rate than the bank's average. Second, we have strengthened support for infrastructure connectivity by supporting large number of projects such as railway, highway, port, airport, and ports. We help ensure smooth operation of the trade channels. Given the time limit, I cannot give you the examples we support. We have supported many projects, like including the China Lao railways, as you all know that. And of course, and third, we have provided strong support for market entities, for key backbone enterprises on the supply chains. We have scale up our support to give play to their leading and driving role in the supply chain. We have also supported upstream, downstream, MSME, micro, small, medium enterprises with targeted measures and improve the service quality efficiency with less financing cost. We help easy enterprises burden by supporting those facing difficulties, temporary difficulties in maintaining market shares and fulfilling their contracts. Fourth, we have pursued practical and efficient interbank cooperation to form synergy to ensure the smooth operational supply chain. Looking ahead, China Exim Bank certainly is ready to leverage its own resources and expertise and try to make more contribution to the more resilient supply chains. First, we will make more efforts to support regional and sub-regional supply chain cooperation. We will take an active part in regional and sub-regional economic, trade, and financial cooperation, and promote trade investment liberalization and facilitation between China and relevant country and regions. We will continue to deeply participate in and promote financial services for key exhibition platform, including the, I think colleagues know that, including the China International Import Expo. And, in Shanghai, we done it every year, and the Canton, fair, and the China International Fair for trade in services in Beijing. So in a bid to help enterprises develop the market and better integrate into regional and sub-regional supply chains. During this year's China Import Expo in Shanghai, the bank announced to set up a special line of credit of 200 billion Chinese yuan to support imports from RCEP member countries, and it will be a priority for the bank to implement the project under this special credit line. Second, we will make effort to enhance trade facilitation in one aspect, will further support the construction of high quality and sustainable trade infrastructures, the renovation and upgrading the logistics and custom clearance infrastructures, as well as the operation of cross-border logistics roads, such as China-Europe freight trains, so as to promote the hard connectivity among the trade infrastructures. In particular, we will also make an effort to support policy making, international policy making, coordination of standard and capacity building, including, I think, the aid for support for the trade capacity, so as to foster softer connectivities in relevant policy and standard through consultation and consensus building. Third, we will support the digital transformation of supply chains by closely following the digitalization trend of a supply chain. We will make more of our products applicable and finance plus internet scenarios and provide more accurate, adaptable financial services in an efficient and convenient manner. We will support the construction of digital infrastructures and make a supply chain more digitally intelligent. We will fuel the digital transformation with the big data, cloud computing, and other digital technology to better nurture new forms of industries, including cross-border e-commerce, overseas warehouses, and integrate service platform for foreign trade. Lastly, we will deepen the fourthly, we'll deepen the interbank cooperation. In the spirit of openness and cooperation, we will join hands with all parties to maintain supply chain stability. In one aspect, we will actively carry out interbank information sharing and macroeconomy, industries and trade, and support stock exchanges. In another, we will work with multilateral and bilateral financial institutions through the syndicated loan, on lending, co-financing, and third-party market cooperation. By mobilizing resources and bring into the play the pool of the funds, we will jointly tackle the problem, handling the smooth operation of supply chains. Lastly, we will further make innovation in product and services. We will not only give full play to our import-export credit products and continue to improve our financial services throughout the cross-border trade process, but we also innovate investment and financing models based on the project characteristics by integrating credit, equity, trade finance, guarantee, and other products. We will facilitate the smooth operations of supply chains through full circle financial support with a wide range coverage. So with that, I will stop here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I really thank all of you for this very interesting panel. Unfortunately, we do not have much time for specific question and answer. I just have seen two comments on our Q&A box. I had also some, but I really think that we should project, since the topic is so interesting and we have so much to elaborate on this, probably another occasion to discuss of this relevant topic. And I really would like to use this last few seconds to thank all of you. You did a great job. You really were excellent in highlighting all the different aspects of this strategic topic that is so key for our development, global development. So thanks again very, very much. And I leave the floor to my colleague, to the colleague of ADBI for
Thank you.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, VP Kasali. Thank you very much for your excellent control of this panel discussion. And I would like also thank all the panel here. Yeah, Mr. Ahmad, and Mr. Alain, and Ms. Rupa, and Ms. Immaculata, and also VP Zhang Wencai. Thank you very much for your excellent journey. And you mentioned about the challenges and also provide some solutions, lessons learning, and to such kind of hot topic. It's not easy to for all over the world, yeah, to solve all the problems in 1.5 hours. Anyway, in the future, we will do deep research, and we really appreciate all of your participation. Now, we are going to move the last session of our panel today. And then I would like, first of all, it is a keynote speech, just like I said, Mr. Kunio Mikuriya, because he has his mission, so he could not join. And then he sent us a pre-recorded video. Now, first of all, let me introduce Mr. Kunio Mikuriya to all of you. Mr. Kunio Mikuriya is the Secretary General, World Customs Organization, which is located in Brussels, Belgium. And Dr. Kunio Mikuriya has been Secretary General of the World Customs Organization since 2009, and he provided leadership and executive management for the global custom communities, priorities including developing global custom instrument, standard and tools, securing and facilitating global trade, protecting taxable amount through optimal revenue collection, and building custom business partnerships, and deliver capacity building in support of the custom reform and moderation. And prior to join the WCO, he worked for Japan Ministry of Finance for 25 years. During his career with the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Mikuriya occupied a variety of senior positions, which have given him broad experiences and knowledge in custom, trade, development, budget, and financial policies. He served as the director of the enforcement, where he led efforts to fight illicit trade, then as the director of research and international affairs, paving the way to the conclusion of Japan's first regional trade agreement, and then as a counselor in the Tariff and Custom Bureau. He also served as the director of salaries and allowance to coordinate remuneration level for the entire government workforce, and as a budget controller for foreign affairs, official aid, international trade, and industry in the Budget Bureau. In addition, he spent time as a counselor at the Japanese mission to the WTO in Geneva, and participated in GATT Uruguay round trade negotiations. And Dr. Mikuriya has a degree in law from the University of Tokyo and a PhD in international relations from the University of Kent. Now, it's our pleasure to have watched this pre-recorded video made by Dr. Kunio Mikuriya. Please.
Greetings from the headquarters of the World Customs Organization, or WCO, in Brussels. It gives me a great pleasure and honor to address this important meeting, and I would like to express my thanks to Dr. Sonobe, Dean and CEO of ADBI, for inviting me to speak. Resilient global supply chains is an important topic for the global customs community in addressing the changing trade landscape. Customs administrations around the world have been implementing their trade facilitation measures to improve business environment with transparency and predictability, epitomized in the WTO Agreement on Trade Facilitation of 2017.
The WCO has provided capacity building to its members by promoting its standards and tools, mobilizing its experts, and helping them to advance in reform and modernization. These efforts enable the development of global value chains with offshoring of manufacturing processes and associated services to economies with comparative advantage, as often explained in textbooks. Consequently, the volume of international trade grew with division of labor and efficiency gain, thereby contributing to world economy. However, of recent, we have been witnessing various world events that revealed the vulnerability of supply chains, resulting in crises in food and energy, as well as growing inflationary pressures. These world events include the COVID-19 pandemic, natural disasters exacerbated by climate change, and the war in Ukraine, and all of them contribute to supply chain disruptions. Hence, it is important to build resilient supply chains to respond to potential external shocks. In response to this need, the WCO has recently developed the WCO Guide to Stress Tests that will help members to design, implement, and test plans for business continuity and enhanced resilience. Today, let me talk about some of the challenges customers face in relation to establishing resilient supply chains, namely digitalization, e-commerce, environment, and conflict at borders. First, digitalization of trade and custom procedures has been progressing with the development of digital technologies along with the digital transformation of economy and society. Moreover, the arrival of COVID-19 pandemic has brought to light the fact that the simplification and digitalization of custom procedures is critical to effective and safe operations at the borders during emergency situations, thereby contributing to resilience. As a result, acceleration of digitalization will make progress towards paperless trade and contactless clearance with strengthened risk management, data standardization, and disruptive technologies. In this connection, data standardization for risk management and exploring disruptive technologies are important part of strengthening resilient supply chains for both customs and trade communities. Customs officers collect data to assess the risk of cargo to determine their way to intervention for the cargo concerned. Accordingly, access to quality data in a timely manner is crucial for releasing goods of low risk expeditiously while concentrating their resources on cargo assessed high risk. Standardizing the data set that customs requires is vital for the ease of doing business, whereas it is also essential for customs to share data with other regulatory authorities. The WCO has developed and maintains the data model as the standardized dataset that addresses the regulatory requirement of customs and other government agencies to ensure interoperability and serves the basis for single window concept. Furthermore, the adaptation to digitalization while keeping data standardization in mind has become all the more important as technologies continue to evolve. They are often called disruptive technologies as they disrupt the traditional way of doing business both for the private and the public sectors, including customs. The recent publication of the WCO-WTO study report on disruptive technologies looked at blockchain, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence, among other different technologies,
and include 42 use cases from members, the private sector, and academia. Customs collect data on all cross-border movement of goods, passengers, and cash, but their current usage is limited primarily to risk management for clearance. However, they could be used for evidence-based policymaking by customs, other government agencies, and also for business as part of open data policy, making customs as a trusted government advisor, including for building resilient supply chains. It requires working on customs health data and published statistics while addressing the concern of data privacy and security. The WCO has adopted its data strategy in this year's Council in June to embark on embracing data culture and build a data ecosystem to realize this goal. The Data and Statistic Working Group of the WCO was established earlier this month to work on producing a set of statistics on enforcement to contribute to analyzing illicit trade and guidelines on data sharing at the transactional level. The vast majority of custom administrations publish statistics on their activities such as annual seizure reports, but there is no agreed set of common statistics for customs and data at the global level. While it is similar to WCO data model that harmonizes transactional data for exchanging information, what is at stake here is more on providing public information based on aggregated data. In this way, the WCO intends to increase the visibility and preparedness of customs at the international level through the publication of customs statistics by the WCO, and at the national level, strengthen customs in its role as a government advisor. Of course, the WCO will support its members develop a data culture in customs and accompany members in their transition to data-driven organizations in close collaboration with relevant international organizations and academia. Second, the private sector has significantly advanced in digitalization during COVID-19 pandemic, and one notable example is the exponential growth of e-commerce as a resilient way of delivery of goods. Most of e-commerce transactions result in the delivery of physical small packages, often requiring special procedures different from the traditional containers. As this type of trade model is beneficial for consumers and small and medium-sized enterprise or SMEs by enabling them directly participate in global trade, customs is expected to facilitate and secure e-commerce supply chain. However, e-commerce poses challenges to customs in terms of efficiently clearing its growing volume and conducting proper risk management based on the submitted commercial data from traders. It is imperative to avoid e-commerce to be used as conduit for illicit trade, including drug trafficking, small firearms, and falsified and substandard medicines. While customs receives standardized electronic commercial data from the traditional containers trade, it has been struggling to get accurate data from e-commerce packages trade as it involves consumers and SMEs who are not necessarily familiar with custom procedures. The WCO has adopted the e-commerce framework of standards to address this issue, and custom administrations around the world are testing and piloting the implementation of the framework of standards in getting accurate electronic advanced data from e-commerce actors. The challenge is how to enhance cooperation with e-commerce actors, including post express carrier services, and e-commerce platforms to establish resilient supply chains based on this online service. In this connection, the WCO and the Universal Postal Union, or UPU, plan to organize the Global Conference on Customs Post Cooperation next June in Tokyo. Third challenge, climate change and related environmental issues have become a major global concern and requires to make supply chains more resilient and sustainable. Customs has already been contributing to the implementation of the multilateral environmental agreements, including the Basel Convention on Waste, the Montreal Protocol on ozone-depleting substances, and the Washington Convention on Endangered Species. WCO is a partner with the UN Environmental Program on Green Customs Initiative to train customs officers with a right harmonized system, or HS, to identify environmentally sensitive goods. However, as the guardian of HS Convention, the WCO has started consultation with the stakeholders through a series of symposia to reflect on the greening of HS and consequently global supply chains. Another important issue is transition to circular economy, where we could promote the trade of recycled, reused, refurbished, repaired goods. The current HS, or the WTO agreement on custom valuation, do not provide traceability of these recycled or second-hand goods, which could be a good research topic. On the ground, customs officers raise the question of difficulties in distinguishing waste from the declared goods for recycling. Well, those issues are challenging, but we need to incorporate environmental issues in resilient global supply chains. Fourth, and the final challenge, we are envisaged with an increasing number of fragile borders, with the presence of armed forces at borders and those found in the conflict-affected situations. Those armed forces or insurgents often attack borders, including customs offices, as they know that it would deprive the central government of the scarce revenue sources and choke the economy of borderlands. The immediate concern would be the delivery of humanitarian aid, and customs plays a significant role in facilitating the movement of relief goods at borders. But more fundamentally, borderland economies usually rely on small trade, often in the form of informal trade, and customs should take into this reality on the ground. Given the security situation, if military forces close borders, it would create grievance of people living on small trade and borderlands and may result in the loss of legitimacy of central governments. Moreover, they could move on to high-risk business of trading illegal goods, including firearms, explosives, and narcotics. Therefore, it is essential to protect customs offices at the borders as critical infrastructure and make them function as representative of state organs. The WCO will hold a fragile border conference next January in Nigeria to raise awareness of this another aspect of resilience very much needed. To conclude, customs plays a pivotal role in enhancing resilient global supply chains, but as practitioners on the ground, customs administrations are well aware of collaboration at the borders. I hope that this conference could further enhance our dialogue and collaborative efforts. I wish you a fruitful discussion and successful meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, everybody.